I'm going to call to order the meeting this evening for City Council meeting for Tuesday, October 29th, 2024. Would you all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings
Stay
upon this.
standing.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and the will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. May be seated. Okay. The City of Santa Clara is conducting City Council meetings in a hybrid manner and in person, and continues to have methods for the public to participate remotely. How to submit a written public comment before the meeting. Use the e-comment tab located on the City Council agenda page, or email the City Clerk's office. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Okay, so we will move on to pursuant to notice hereby given that pursuant to the provisions of the California Government Code and Section 7A of the City Charter, the mayor calls for a special meeting on the City Council commenced tonight, October 29, 2024 at 7 p.m. And now we will go to roll call.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Here.
Councilmember Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Park.
Here.
Councilmember Jane.
Here.
Vice Mayor Becker.
Here.
And Mayor Gilmore is absent.
Is there a motion to excuse the mayor's absence?
Motion to approve the mayor's absence.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Hardy, a second by Councilmember Chahal. And when ready, cast your votes. And that passes 6-0 for those who are present. Okay, so we are going to be moving on to our agenda for this evening. We have the first
Vice Mayor,
item.
before we move on, I'll just read a
My
statement.
apologies. Go ahead.
A statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that, as the presiding office, the chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. Lobbyists speaking in a lobbying capacity are required to identify themselves as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that he or she represents at any meeting held with city officials or at public meetings, pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, so we have two items on our agenda this evening. We will be starting with the first item, which is public hearing for item 24-1079, the action on carryover of the fiscal year 2023-24 funding for the operation of a 30-unit, 90 private bedrooms Homekey interim housing development on Santa Clara County-owned land located at the southeast corner of Lawrence Expressway and Benton Street. CEQA statutory exemption under Government Code Sections 65913.4, SB 35 affordable housing projects, and approve the related budget amendment. City Manager, will you please intro this item?
Sure. Thank you, Vice Mayor Becker, members of the City Council, the public both here and at home. Javon Grogan, City Manager. Just one clarification, Vice Mayor. I think you mentioned that this is a public hearing. Clarification, this is not a public hearing. This is essentially a budgetary reconfirmation of an action that the City Council took before. So just by way of introduction, we are here tonight because the California State Department of Housing and Community Development recently reached out to the County of Santa Clara to express interest in the Homekey application that was submitted in July of 2023 for an interim family housing proposal at the intersection of Lawrence Expressway and Benton Street. I know the council and the public many will remember that on May 2nd of 2023, the City Council took a number of actions, primarily authorizing the city manager to enter into a three-party agreement between Life Moves, the county, and the city, and also authorizing the submission of the Homekey application. Later on that year, the council unanimously approved a budget that included just under $6.6 million in local affordable housing funds, and we'll talk about those funds a little bit tonight for the city's contribution. So the Homekey application was submitted to the state, and it included a funding commitment from the city as well as other project proponents. HCD has requested that all funding identified in the application be reconfirmed. This is a budget amendment item for your current year FY 24-25 operating budget to include a carryover appropriation from the amounts that you appropriated, again, $6.6 million in last fiscal year, the 23-24 fiscal year. And tonight's presentation will be provided by our interim community development director, Rena Brio. She is also here with our housing manager, Adam Benson, and then we also have employees from our County Office of Supportive Housing here to support the City Council tonight. So with that, Rena.
Thank you, City Manager. Hello, Rena.
Item is for the council to consider an action to carry over fiscal year 23-24 funding for the operations of a 30-unit Homekey interim family project that is currently located on county-owned land at the intersection of Lawrence and Benton, specifically on the southeast corner. For background, to reacquaint us all with what Homekey is, it is a state initiative to rapidly expand housing for those who are unhoused or those who are at risk of becoming homeless. What this includes, the Homekey program, is projects that are awarded Homekey are granted funds, as well as a streamlined process for the construction and operation of the project. A qualifying project includes interim housing. And interim housing is specifically a type of housing that provides support for individuals transitioning from homelessness until they get permanent housing. This includes individual rooms for families so that they have privacy. It includes meals and supportive services. This is a very different model than congregate shelters. The Homekey Awards are specifically issued by the state's Department of Housing Community Development, HCD. So really, this Homekey proposal began quite a while ago, and I'm gonna talk about some of the very early steps to get us to this point and then kind of provide a timeline. So back in November of 2021, at a countywide level, the County Board of Supervisors directed their staff at the Office of Supportive Housing to look countywide for different sites for interim housing. On November 9th of that same year, 2021, our City Council had a study session, and we talked about two different Homekey potential applications. One, the Bella Vista project on El Camino Real, and then the second on White Oak Lane. That particular meeting had a lot of public participants, a lot of feedback. The council provided direction at that meeting to not move forward with an application at White Oak Lane, but directed staff to work with Life Moves, who was the proposed operator of the the White Oak Lane proposal, to pursue a different site in Santa Clara. So now that gets us to 2022, and the city convened a homelessness task force. And one of the recommendations and findings that this task force made was that a missing piece of housing options was enough interim housing in the city. On January 10th, 2023, at another city council study session, the staff brought up that the Lawrence Benton site was under consideration by the county and Life Moves for an interim housing project. And this was presented to the council to get feedback and direction on what to go do with that particular proposal. Feedback was given to staff by the council in order to further evaluate the proposal, but also do extensive community outreach. So pursuant to that direction, staff in February and March of that year, and it was very expeditious in order to meet the deadline to submit the Homekey application, conducted 4 different community meetings, 2 virtual and 2 in person. Those were very well attended, a lot of public input. And there were also community listening sessions, and the county, I should say, was incredibly involved, in fact, even led much of this these outreach meetings. At those meetings, the public input was certainly considered, and actually a revised proposal was brought in front of the city council. The council heard this item at 2 different meetings, on April 25th of 2023, and then again on May 2nd of 2023. At the May 2nd meeting, the council specifically took action. They took action to authorize the city manager to enter into a 3-way agreement to support the project financially, specifically the operations of the project. And this would allow the city to write a letter of intent for funding to be submitted with the Homekey application. I do want to be really specific about the council's action because there was a lot of discussion about what was the city's involvement going to be in the application. And specifically, the council directed staff to support the project for funding, specifically operations, but not to become a project applicant or a project sponsor. And that was specific direction to really deal with concerns that were raised regarding the financial liabilities that the project could pose for the city. So after the council action on May 2nd, and I should say there was one other action included, which was direction to staff to bring forward as part of the operating budget for 23-24. As you can see from our timeline, May is very close to when that operating budget would occur. So staff included the funding proposal. It was presented at the June 27th meeting, and it was unanimously adopted as part of the operating budget that year. July of 23, very shortly thereafter, the county submitted the Homekey application for the Lawrence and Benton project to HCD. So now we're going to jump forward to April 3rd of this year. And the city council held a priority setting process. And an outcome of that process was actually identifying providing interim supportive housing and outreach services for the unhoused as a council priority. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the status of the Homekey application and how we've gotten to this particular point today. So what we know about the Homekey process, Homekey round 3 specifically, is the funding cycle, is that HCD has awarded over $800 million to 49 different projects across the state. We also realized, because we've been tracking this with the county, with frequent communications with the county, that HCD had not been interested in over a year for funding this particular project. So that project was submitted in July of 2023. The county was contacted at the end of August of 2024 by HCD, specifically with follow-up questions expressing potential interest in the proposal. After the county expressed a willing, obviously, interest in more information with the state and HCD, the county reached out to the city, let us know about this particular advancement with the application, and that they themselves were going to confirm funding options, and also the different Life Moves and county funding. So it was really until pretty recently, I would say maybe in the last 2 weeks, that the county was able to confirm that they have funding, and a second very important piece of information, which is that HCD wants confirmation about the funds in the November timeframe. So that created urgency for us to put this on the city council's agenda, create this special meeting, and really take action to reconfirm the funds that were made available in 2023-2024 for this particular operating budget. We do also know that HCD will be closing the round 3 funds very shortly. likely by the end of this year. And the Homekey program has evolved, so the next type of funding that would be available for Homekey is called Homekey Plus. And what Homekey Plus is it is not for interim housing, it is not for families, it's specifically for individuals, veterans or other individuals who have mental health or substance abuse challenges, and specifically for permanent supportive housing for that population. So Homekey Round 3 is still a very unique opportunity for specifically funding family as well as interim housing. To refresh everyone on what the Lawrence and Benton project was as it was submitted to HCD in the Homekey application, as well as provided information on May 2nd, 2023 to the City Council. The site includes 1.3 acres. It includes 30 family units with kitchenettes and bathrooms. It includes priority for Santa Clara families. It's 3 stories. It's a transitional housing project in nature, includes support services as well as meals, an outdoor recreation area, actually 2 different areas for the children. There's a play space area as well as a park space area. And then 52 parking spaces for the staff as well as for the residents. So based on the community input that was received through these outreach meetings, the project was originally proposed very different from what was eventually submitted for the Homekey application. So it was originally proposed as 124 units with singles and couples and 4 stories. Based on feedback, this was reduced in density significantly to 30 units, and the target population specifically being families. And it would be 3 stories in height. I should also mention there's a 1-story component for the service component of the project. We do know that families are in need of transitional interim housing, specifically data that relates to Santa Clara, and this is related to the 2023 point-in-time count. In the city of Santa Clara, there are approximately 90 families, that's unhoused households with children, and that's about 29% of the city's actual unhoused population. The construction costs for the project. So that is $35.1 million. That has been modified recently based on some feedback from HCD in order to, I think, re-up numbers to make them, maybe reflect some higher costs with construction. And really the main funding source here is Project Homekey. So that would be $22.5 million from the state that would be contributing to the construction of the project. Also funding sources are Life Moves and the county. So operations costs. This is where the city of Santa Clara is contributing to the project. So the operations is $3.57 million annually. And that includes the city of Santa Clara funding, $6.5 million total. And that is to be used within the initial 7 years of operation. And this $6.59 million includes local funds and state PLHA money. What I would like to emphasize is if you all have great memories, you'll notice that this amount of money is slightly less than what was approved by the City Council in 2023. And that is because there is about $400,000 less of PLHA money. That's entitlement funds that come to the city. The numbers that were used before were projections, and there are some additional requirements that the state has on the PLHA money, and thus there's $400,000 less to contribute to the project. In terms of next steps, so if HCD awards the project, which it's anticipated that it will, the county and Life Moves would enter into a final agreement on a few things. First, a grant agreement with HCD. They are, once again, the project applicants, the project sponsors. They will enter into a ground lease between each other because Life Moves is the operator, the county is the landowner. And then a project construction agreement with the contractor. The City Council, this is not the last time the City Council is going to take action on this project. Specifically, there will be a funding agreement that comes forward with the city, the county, and Life Moods. It's a three-way agreement. It would formalize business terms. These are business terms that the council talked about on May 2nd, 2023. These are terms that we included in our letter of intent to fund back when the application was submitted. So this is to limit the city's financial obligations of $6.5 million for the operation of the project, to require the city approval for any other use other than family housing, interim housing, and to require the city approval of an operations and security plan, as well as to require a community advisory committee. There would also be indemnity, insurance, and other remedies really to protect the interests of the city and the neighborhood. So with that, that takes us to the staff recommendation, and that is for the city council to approve the fiscal year 2024-25 budget amendment in the City Affordable Housing Fund, recognizing an increase to the beginning fund balance in the amount of $5,124,369 and increasing the capital outlay appropriation in the amount of $5,124,369. And the second action or recommendation would be for the city council to allocate the remaining balance of the $1.47 million in PLHA funds for a total city contribution of $6.594 million to secure the Homekey Round 3 funds to construct a 3-story, 30-unit interim family housing development on the county-owned site at Lawrence and Benton. That concludes the staff report. I do want, before the council asks questions, I do want to introduce you to a few people in the audience. We have Adam Marcus here, our housing manager. We also have KJ Kaminsky, who's the acting director of the Office of Supportive Housing, Hillary Armstrong, the deputy director of the Office of Supporting Housing. Also with the Office of the Supportive Housing is Natalie Monk. And we also have, I believe in the audience, board president, supervisor Ellen Berg as well. And with that, I will be tag teaming. Hopefully I can answer as many questions as possible. But I introduced all those folks because they may be providing some answers. We do also have online a Paul Simpson, who is the CFO for Life Moves. He's online and he might be providing responses as well.
Excellent. Thank you, Rena. Okay, let's go to council questions. We have Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, we received a number of letters for people that had concerns about this project. You know, originally this project was 90 units and now it's 30 units. And can you explain what it means to have families there? I think it's under 18. Somebody has to be under 18 to be there. And these are people that are, I think you said that there were 90 people currently unhoused. Is that correct? The families with children that are unhoused. And so this would take, with priority for Santa Clara, to take those people and give them housing. And, you know, I heard on a KQED episode once that, you know, there is no medicine as powerful as housing. So, you know, what I want to understand is how, when you have unhoused people, doesn't that create like extra cost for emergency room visits and things? Because, you know, the city's talking about only $1 million to support this for the next 7 years. And then after that, we don't know where the funding's going to come from the city, but can you explain how we fund our parks? Do we fund our parks, you know, in advance for the next 50 years? You know, this 7 years of funding is probably more than we commit to our parks in terms of advance funding. Can you, am I being clear about that question? I'm sorry.
I think you are. And Vice Mayor Becker, how would you like me to answer these questions?
So let's do it. Let's change a little pace. Whoever asked the question, you're able to answer the question immediately. Just try that for
Okay.
efficiency.
We'll try that. Depending on how much research is needed for the question, we might
Absolutely.
need to kind of defer that a little bit. But in terms of, yes, this is, it would be 100% families, so this is not intended for individuals. So every household would have individuals under 18 years of age in order to qualify. In terms of this, we're projecting up to 120 people if all the family units were full with a full family population, which is typical of 4. It could be less than that. I think your question about 7 years of funding for operations versus parks and how the city funds parks, I would say that's not necessarily the best example for me to elaborate on maybe how this particular project, right, is going to get constructed. It has a life with HCD of 15 years. The application in HCD has requested local agencies, whoever is the applicant, to be able to demonstrate 5 years of operational funding, only 5 years. And then, of course, the construction, right, obviously constructing the project. Operations is difficult because it's expensive to be able to use things like entitlement funds. Those are funds and other sources that are kind of given to local agencies in sort of chunks. They would not usually be given for something that could be supporting a 30-year operation. So HCD's intent of how they structured this particular application was really in order for us to demonstrate the immediacy of operation, that it could operate for 5 years, and that those agencies would then begin an implementation plan for getting the remaining 15 years funded through for the operations. And I guess for parks is a little different because we do rely, unless it's a private arrangement with a particular private property owner, like a developer, for instance, who may have maintenance requirements for the park. Those maintenance requirements are absorbed by the city's general fund. So I just wanted to make sure that we distinguish this particular project from the general fund, because there isn't really any taxing on the general fund. If you brought a new park into the city, there is maintenance costs that if it wasn't arranged with a private property, would be a burden on the city. Of course, it has the benefit of being a park, but here there is no general fund commitment. It is not going to affect the city's general fund. Our commitment is for operations specifically for 7 years.
Sure. Let me expound upon that. Councilmember Jane, one of your questions was, how does the unhoused population of Santa Clara impact the city, and are there costs, right? Certainly there are costs. There are a number of quality of life concerns that the police department and our other departments deal with regard to homelessness and direct responses supporting people in homelessness. And so the more people we can house, certainly the better on an individual humane basis, but certainly it reduces the amount of response that we have dealing with some of the issues that homelessness brings in our community. And the interim director was absolutely right. Most of our programs we fund on an annual basis, so the fact that this program would start off with 7 years of annualized funding is certainly much better than how most programs are funded. Also important to note, while we're contributing to this, it is not a city project. It is a county project. We are a partner in that and providing funding, but it is a county project on county land.
Go ahead.
One more question. Can you describe the security measures that are being provided here? I think there's a single point of entry and there's full-time security. Can you describe how that works?
I think, Councilmember Jane, your 2 points about it being single point of entry, staff that are on site 24/7, those are the level of details that we're aware of right now with the project. There will be a subsequent security and operations plan that gets into a lot more specificity that the city will approve. But really, the 2 points that you made are, really trying to, I think, from a design standpoint, at least design the project to address concerns about multiple places where people could enter, but also recognizing that the operations budget does include 24-hour staff, multiple staff that will be on site. But more specificity will need to be worked out through the security and operations plan that will be brought forward to the City Council.
Okay, my last question is, because this is interim supportive housing, people have different tenant rights as permanent housing. So if the operator is allowed to enter the rooms to check for drugs and alcohol, is that correct?
I am going to defer that question to the county.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Council. KJ Kaminsky, Acting Director for the Office of Supportive Housing. You're correct. For interim housing or temporary housing, such as shelters or a site like this, there are not, the residents are tenants. They're not tenants. They're shelter residents, and the entire property is subject to the operator being able to maintain the premises, including the rooms. So again, more details that we could provide in the operations plan of what that might look like. We ensure that the privacy and security of the residents are the #1 priority, and that means all residents.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Jane.
And Councilmember Jane,
sorry.
just to clarify, yes, they are not leaseholders, and so checks are performed on all the rooms as necessary.
Thank you, Rita. All right, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Acting Director. A few questions. One is, I was reading a report that Palo Alto project had a cost escalations from anywhere from 17.6 million to 26 million, and then ultimately to 30 plus 34.4 million or so. What happens in this case if there is a cost escalation? Who takes care of that?
That would be the county and Life Moves who would be responsible for dealing with any cost escalations.
Okay. And last year when we were hearing this item, we heard the management or operations of Life Move were not very great at a couple of their other sites. Do we know they have improved their operations in a way which can satisfy our residents? Like 5,000 of them has sent opposition letters to this thing, 80% plus of those were. So do we have any feedback how they're running their operations right now versus a year back when we had a chance to look at those operations?
Well, I can tell you that staff has reached out to staff in other cities, Palo Alto, Mountain View, Redwood City, where Life Moves has operated. And, this is a challenging type of project, but it is something that is managed. And we've heard, a willingness to cooperate and problem solve issues that come up. So that's kind of the feedback that we've gotten. I can't speak to before or after, but I can say that as a city, as we've reached out to our other city partners, we've learned that there is a willingness to solve problems, move forward, also with increasing opportunities for filling vacancies, for instance, and other issues. But yeah, that's, I think, the extent that I could respond to that.
Okay. My next question is, do we know the reasons why HCD did not approve this thing in the first round of $818 million allocation? I know county might have the better answer for that, but do we know the reasons why we didn't get it?
I can let the county answer that. I do know that HCD uses all sorts of different criteria in order to distribute their funds, but I don't know if if the county, because they've been in communication with HCD on the application, has any more feedback or insight as to why other projects were funded first.
Good evening, Council. Hillary Armstrong, Deputy Director for the Office of Supportive Housing, and I'm the staff member who's been in contact with HCD. Our understanding is it's simply a scoring rubric, and they go down the list. And you know, the Homekey program is a broad program with many different types of projects. So that's our understanding. Thank you.
Thank you. My next question is...
Councilmember Shahal, I just did want to note, is when I've looked at the awarded list, 30 units is a rather small project. So I just wanted to make a note of that too.
Okay. My next question is, Project Homekey 3 Plus is for permanent housing. And I remember when there was opposition to this thing from residents, they were supportive of a permanent housing, not interim housing the way we're going for. So why aren't we waiting for, just for the sake of, I'm all for affordable housing in one way or the other, but just to support the residents who were in opposition for multiple reasons, but they were agreed that if it is a permanent housing, they will support this project basically, and there will be harmony in the neighborhood. So why aren't we waiting for Homekey 3 Plus for this project? I know I'm asking question to a wrong person, and there are multiple stakeholders involved in this thing, but I do have that question, basically.
I'll take a stab at answering that question, and then others can chime in if necessary. And I would just say, one, the application that was submitted was for Homekey Round 3, right? That was the opportunity available at the time. We do know there's a need for families. We do know through the outreach, people were interested specifically in the population of families, not so much individuals. Homekey Round 3 is for permanent supportive housing for veterans and individuals who have substance abuse issues. So it's a more nuanced population. There is a lot of interest that's been expressed for wanting to support families. So the interim nature, correct. There are individuals who expressed concerns about wanting more permanent housing options, but there were also individuals who recognized, and our homelessness task force recognized, that we have this gap of not enough interim housing units. So,
I'll just add to that it's important to note that this project, as currently configured, would not qualify for the next round of Homekey Plus funding. Also important to note that while we haven't talked to HCD about this, but once you get this far down the line with a grant funder where an agency has confirmed and approved your participation, you've allocated funds, and the funder is coming asking for you to reconfirm that, if you were to say no, I think the likelihood of you getting funding in the future may not be that high. And so we certainly don't know what would happen with another application. But certainly once you go this far down the line, and we did have prior city council approval to proceed as well as funding allocations, you know, to say no, not now, but we may wait later, you know, may pose some challenges for us because these funds are very, very competitive. We are being funded in the latter rounds of funding as has been stated. So I would also say that I don't know that there would completely ever be full harmony in the community, even with a permanent housing project. Serving our in-shelter community is something that oftentimes creates contention, not just in our community, but in communities all across the country. And so we know, and I know the county knew that putting this forward, certainly an important social and service need, but would be a contentious thing in the community. But it was put forward recognizing the challenges that homelessness has in our community, both on the individuals and to our house population.
Thank you. Thank you. And my next question is, for the funding, we are providing $6.5 million for 7 years operational cost, right? Are we providing this whole as a lump sum, like, or we'll be providing around $940K per year in a total of $6.59 for 7 years? How will that operationally, how will that happen?
I believe it's a lump sum, but people can correct me if I'm wrong.
I would just say, The county would be open to options in terms of that, how that funding would come in. It doesn't have to be a lump sum.
Oh, okay.
And if I could add to that, the draft agreement we've actually put together in consideration of that concern actually isn't a lump sum. It's got the operational amounts set at approximately, it was 7 million at the time, now with the 6.5, but at 1 million a year, say, approximately over 7 years, with the first installment conditioned on demonstration that there was going to be at least adequate funding for that operational year. County doesn't, this project's been somewhat in suspense, so we've not had a lot of detailed interaction with either the operator or the county on the specific provisions, but that's something that we did consider and had tendered at least in a draft agreement, likely with counties indicating, willingness to look at something other than a lump sum, that some kind of arrangement like that could be reached.
Okay. So that brings me to the other question. Because we are asking for approval of $6.59 million, a budget amendment today, basically. So does that mean we will lock all of our $6.59 million of our housing funds into this one right now? Or we'll be locking up only less than $1 million every year for next 7 years, and rest of the funds we can use for other housing needs in the city, basically?
I think the specific action would earmark the $6.5 million today, and that it could be distributed, based on how that's agreed upon with the city. But the specific action is locking in that amount of funding today.
So that raises a question, like, if we are locking in that $6.5 million and we are only using 1 million of, little bit less than 940K, to be very precise, but I round it off to 1 million. Let's say we are only using 1 million. Aren't we misutilizing our funds of other, like, for next 6 years, we are locking our funds, which could have been used, opportunity cost of those funds could have been used for other housing needs of the city. Are we locking that up, or how is that, basically?
It is the decision of the council to prioritize this funding for this purpose. And what the Homekey application needs is to identify the funding and all the different funding sources. And the gap is $6.5 million that the city can contribute. So that's the need for the application, is to be able to demonstrate the commitment that the city would set aside this money. It could be dispersed, as per agreed upon with the county. However, it really is about the council determining, is this the priority for our use of the money today?
Yeah, sure. Just expand upon that. This is not all of the funds that the city has for affordable housing, and so we can have Adam, our housing manager, talk a little bit about some of our other affordable housing money. So it's important to note that this isn't our only pot. Also important to note that it is extremely difficult for us to build affordable housing or even interim supportive housing. With the cost of construction, you're looking at over $1 million a door. Take a look at this project at $35 million for essentially 30 units. And so it is quite expensive to develop housing. And we do have other funds, but I know, as the council knows, the best way that we can actually ensure that affordable housing is built is to approve market rate housing, and then 15% of that market rate is affordable. There are sometimes in lieu fees that come into play, but we really want developers to build the affordable housing in line with the policies that council has already developed. But it's extremely hard. It's over $1 million a door to build affordable housing.
So how much funds do we have in our pot, basically total funds, as city manager mentioned? Because I don't want to lock 7 million right now, and if we need more funds ongoing for our other homelessness issues or other things, that is not allocated to them, basically. That's my question.
I will let Adam Marcus, the housing manager, talk about our affordable housing ordinance and our funds available. I will say this particular project uses PLHA funds. It's entitlement money that's given to the city Our balance in PLHA would be reduced to zero to fund this project. And then the other funding pot is the successor agency money that's available, as well as settlement money. And those two pots of money are helpful in that they are a little more flexible to fund something that is non-traditional housing, right? This isn't your traditional type of housing source. So those are unique sources. But I'll let Adam speak to the remaining aspect of what our balances are.
Thanks, Rena, and thank you, Council Member, for the question. Just to reiterate that, yes, indeed, this is a special opportunity because we only have certain types of funds. We have different types of funds with different strings attached. And so housing authority funds, settlement funds, and PLHA funds can be used for operations for interim housing. A lot of our other funds cannot. The other thing I was going to say is that 6 years is a very short amount of time to repay a loan. And typically, when we issue or when we originate a loan for a multifamily project, it takes a while for that project to pay back. Usually, it doesn't even start paying us back till late, after 5, 6, 10 years, because the developer fee needs to be paid, and sometimes we're later in that process. So, when you commit to a project, it just kind of has to be committed. It's not as short term as a year and then it's back again, and then 2 years and then it's back again. But we do have, overall, we have several special revenue funds that can be used for housing. We have a successor fund. We have our affordable housing fund, which grows as impact fees come in and as loans get repaid. So over that 7-year term, we will be getting revenue coming in from loan repayments on previous loans, but they're not huge amounts. They're not 6, 7 million. They're smaller amounts, but they're gradual and they're steady. So in terms of being able to fund the next project, we would need to accumulate funds and or have some impact fees come in once the economy recovers.
Okay. Just to follow up on that, our obligation would start for the operational and management of it, right? And it will be post-construction of the site. So it definitely will take, I don't know, maximum, maybe minimum 2 years at the fastest pace, basically. So our obligation will start at that time, right?
So you raised two good questions. One about the project schedule. And I do want to tell you, this is a very aggressive requirement by HCD for delivering a project when they award it. So I have the project schedule here, and this is actually what HCD requires when they grant funding. So just give me 1 second. So if the HCD moved forward in November and awarded this project in November, that's the award date. This project would be constructed November of 2025. So that's very fast. As you know, that they are using modular construction, still a very fast timeline. Those units could be ready for move-in in December of 2025, and they're projecting occupancy, full operation in February of 2026. So a very fast timeline. So we wouldn't have 2 years, but yes, the operations is really operations of the project once it's constructed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Trahal. We got Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. Some of my questions have been answered, which is great. There is a narrative out there that the city is in debt $600 million, and why would we want to look at some kind of project like this and put some money in? Also, it's nice to see there was concerns that the pumpkin patch would be gone, but if anyone noticed, it is in a bigger place and much better and very well attended. I have checked in on that. And there's a lot of confusion about where these funds are coming from that we would be appropriating. You alluded to it a little bit, that these are limited funds of what we can do with them. Also, there's a lot of misunderstanding how this ties into our Measure I and infrastructure. And I wonder if staff could help with that to explain that, mostly to our public.
Sure. Councilmember Hardy, let me take the first part of that. The city is not in debt, 600 million. I think you said, someone mentioned that we were in debt. We do have significant deferred infrastructure, and our deferred infrastructure number is over 500 million, approaching 600 million. And yes, there is a Measure I on the ballot for $400 million to address a portion of that. However, it's important to note that the project that we're talking about tonight will not be a city project. This is a county project on county land, and the allocation of funds, roughly 6.6 million, comes from funds that are allocated for these particular purposes. So it can be used for operational cost for an interim supportive housing project. We cannot use these funds to rebuild a fire station, to pave a road, to remodel one of our parks or recreation centers. This money is earmarked for housing-related needs. We do, as we said, have other funds. The use of these PLH funds would exhaust our current PLHA balance. However, we do have over, I think, $10.6 million in our other various affordable housing funds that we can invest in other projects as they come forward, housing related. And so I know the city council knows this. We have what we call general purpose revenues and special purpose revenues. And this is really a special purpose revenue for the 6.6 million that we're talking about, potentially reallocating today that you reallocated, that you initially allocated in the budget for last year. So this is what's before you is a confirmation or reallocation of that money, because that budget year closed, and at that point during that calendar year, we did not receive award from HCD. So if HCD would have funded the project last year when your budget action was valid, we wouldn't be here for the action that we are tonight. We are here because the potential funding came after last year's budget. And so it's a reappropriation request, which is before you tonight.
Thank you, City Manager Grogan. I think the one thing Adam Marcus, housing manager, wanted to clarify is that PLHA, one of the big funding sources contributed here, is evergreen, meaning we will get more entitlement funds. We expect to get more in November of 2025. So this will exhaust our current amount, but those will continue coming to the city.
Awesome. That's all, Karen, Councilmember Hardy? Okay. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, and thank you, Interim Director Brio, for the presentation. I, too, have had a lot of questions that have been answered, but I guess a couple that haven't been. There was a comment about the check-ins on the property, and I just wanted to go back to it because you had mentioned, KJ, I think, about there being policy, like creating a policy. I would imagine, is there not already a policy that the county uses, or would you just work off of that, or to create a new policy?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. We do have countywide standards for shelter operations that we apply to all county shelters. Each shelter does have, an interim housing site has some unique needs based on the facility, the population served, and so we would work to apply those standards to this site, yes. And I will also note that all of our sites, we work with them to comply with state requirements. I believe it's AB 1991 that applies to temporary housing sites related to this question, yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, let me see. Okay, I think I was asking about when the construction will start. One of the other questions has to do with 24/7, like wraparound services. I know you mentioned that there would be on-site security, but will there be other wraparound services as well? Sorry, I should have just lifted.
That is my understanding.
Yes, there would be other services, including case management, and our case management at a temporary housing site is available to all residents and connects folks to either services there at the location, but also would connect them to other community resources depending on the needs of each family.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, let me see. Okay. Okay. Now, we just had the grand opening of the Meridian, that project, and there was a great turnout for that. Is this similar, like you mentioned, like the timeline for the construction, because that was very fast construction as well. Is this similar to the Meridian, or?
This is going to make the Meridian look like a turtle because, and the Meridian is actually in my career, my 20-year career, the fastest project I've ever seen get constructed. And that utilized a lot of state laws and got funding lined up perfectly, and really everything was green for the Meridian. But that was still a 3-year process. Yeah. What the state has done with Homekey has done something very unique. Not only has it provided money, it has also immediately deemed that these projects are compatible with the land use designations and zoning. So there's no general plan changes, no zoning, no conformancy issues, no discretionary approvals. What it has also done, which I've actually never seen in any other state initiative, is it's also released the obligation to conduct CEQA. So you'll see that this is an exempt project. So those factors alone will immediately speed up the project, and then the application and the award comes with a deadline for very quick construction. So if you receive the money, you are obligated to construct very quickly.
Great, and so will the county or the city be responsible for going out to do RFPs? What is the process in terms of that? Like, who's going to do the construction, or is there somebody already designated to do that?
I believe there's a selection process, but I'll let the county respond to that.
Good evening. I'm Natalie Monk, HCD Division Manager for the county. The county is the landowner and Life Moves is the operator. So Life Moves would be responsible for selecting the general contractor and any other project team members.
But still coordinate with the city, like in terms of the final?
Yes, the selection would need to be confirmed by the county, and we would also work with the city.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you for that. And then,
Councilmember Watanabe, I didn't know if your question is also, so our building permit process is still in play. That's a ministerial process. We will still be evaluating the project to make sure it's safe, make sure it meets codes, and issue inspections on it.
Great, thank you for that. Okay, that's very important as well. And then I think this is my final question. So I know you mentioned that the monies that are currently in the PLH that they would be basically utilized for this purpose. So will we put together, I think you've alluded to this or mentioned it, but just to reiterate, there will be a plan put in place to make sure that monies are set aside for future operations of this project.
Could you repeat that question again?
So you mentioned, so the PLHA is basically going to be wiped out as a result of this project, if we go ahead with it. So, but going forward, how will we replenish an account to make sure that there will be monies for an operating budget going past the 7 years?
So the city has specifically limited our obligation to 7 years. If that's something the city wants to consider in the future, the city is free to choose to do that, but this particular application and our funding commitment is only for 7 years.
Let me expound
if that
upon
answers your question.
It's a county project. The county will be responsible with their operator for long-term funding. Our commitment and the $6.6 million is a commitment for on an annual basis, a portion of that for each of the first 7 years. After that, certainly the city could choose to invest in continued operations, or we will have saved some of our annual PLH money and we may decide to invest in another project. But we are really, in this transaction, should it be reconfirmed, capping our commitment at that $6.6 million for the first 7 years.
Okay. And when will that decision be made?
The decision on the PLHA for the project is today.
right.
And then future uses of PLHA will be, when other future projects or the PLHA funds are made available, which will be November of 2025 is when we expect receiving a next round of funding from PLHA.
And just to add, to that, as indicated in the presentation, some of the details of the terms of the funding, at least for this project, are going to be memorialized in an agreement that will come back to this council for your consideration and approval.
Okay, thank you.
And not sure when exactly that will happen. That will depend on funding, timing, completion of negotiations with all the stakeholders, and some other variables. I'm assuming it would be sometime first quarter, of 2025.
2025 for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I won't be
Maybe
here.
second quarter, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. I want to go back to the original application. So the Homekey application, one of the sticking points that the residents had was that was it the application for 30 units? I know that we've put it clearly here that it's 33 room units. Or is it 90 single rooms configured and reconfigurable as 30 units? I mean, last time the county made it clear that this would be prioritized for families, but that singles were possible here, right? And which seemed to be, and the number that seemed to be supported by the Homekey application was the 90 units, not 30 family units.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So specifically 30 units, HCD likes to have a number of doors actually called out. They tie doors to funding. So there are actually 90 doors, and that allows for flexibility for the configuration of family size, not for individuals. So this is not going to be something utilized by individuals. It is really would need to do a couple things if individuals were ever considered. One, the project would need to get approval from HCD because they're specifically approving a family project. It would also need to come to the city in order for the city to approve that. But I think that that's actually, recognizing the need for families. I think there is going to be certainly plenty of need that will be filled by these 30 units. But the 90 is really actually a reference to the application for doors. I do have a slide that could be helpful. It's a backup slide that sort of shows the unit configuration. I don't know if we can put up the presentation again, and I can just show that slide. It's one of the backup slides, so if I can forward to it. It's probably the next one over. Here we go. I think, sorry, could you go back again to 16? I thought there was an even more clear slide that I put in, but maybe I didn't. Okay, so what this is these are actually two modules that are back to back. I think what distinguishes it, and I can never figure out how to use this correctly. Pushing this? Oh, 16, but I just was trying to use this as a pointer. I apologize. Okay. Oh, thank you. All right. Sorry. So here's one bathroom, and you can see the dividing line between what a full unit would be with 3 of these rooms in play, right? We'd have bedrooms, a kitchenette area, as well as another room for lounging, and the bathroom. So these are 2 units that are back to back. You can see that these are individual doors on each of the rooms. And the reason for that is it actually provides flexibility for the size of family. So what you could do is you could serve 2 families and then have them actually access the kitchenette area by coming into a walkway space. So it provides flexibility specifically for the families and the family size, but it's also, I think, something that HCD looks at for funding, but it is specifically 30 units, but the reference to 90 is individual doors.
Okay, so I think that what you've said here is the configuration, the doors are to allow the site to be reconfigured for the specific needs. For example, you may have some families that are a little bit larger. I think you said the average, or there's a number in there about fewer than four people per household, and this is for households. So there may be households that have 3 members. Is it one child with 2 adults, or do you have single adults with children as well?
Yeah, there are single adults with children as well, and I think larger families as well. That particular kitchen area could be in and of itself like self-contained with access to the bathroom. So yeah, it is very much configurable. Sounds a little bit like a puzzle though. How do you make that all happen with larger families and smaller families? But I think the bigger thing is the doors being private doors is something that HCD likes to see from a funding perspective.
And we can kind of see that with hotels. Some hotels also have a door between rooms to expand the rooms if they need larger families and things like that. So I kind of understand that. But my next question is, I'm just trying to go through some of the concerns that the public had previously, which was this was also considered a low barrier facility, right? Can you explain what low barrier means in this context? And can you also, can you explain what low barrier means?
I'm going to request that the county provide that explanation.
Thank you for the question, Council Member. So what we mean by low barrier is that we are accepting families into the project without preconditions of necessarily levels of employment or levels of income, specific engagement in types of services. This will meet families who are in need of housing now and connect them with the services that they need to increase their income, to navigate the housing market and search for housing, provide all those services on site, but none of those are a requirement at entry.
Understood, and I think we understand the employment, the income, and there was an explicit mention of documentation. We don't want to discourage people who don't have documentation from coming here. But the questions that the residents had, the questions that the constituents had was about criminal history and criminal background. Like there were a number of things that did not seem compatible with bringing children into a facility and then keeping that facility low barrier. Can you describe some of the other things? How are we making sure that a low barrier facility is going to be safe for children that don't have a choice when they are put into this facility?
Sure. So the way that we ensure safety for all of the residents of any of our temporary housing is to have requirements for behavior on the site and requirements for respecting and living in a community, in a collaborative space. So there are rules at the site. Being low barrier doesn't mean that there are not standards for living there, and that is how we maintain safety and security.
Okay, but that's after the fact. I think one of the concerns that people had was, how are you filtering, how are you ensuring that people that are being placed at the facility are safe for children prior to placement?
We are accepting families who are in need of housing and have procedures in place to ensure that folks are adhering to the rules and standards on site. And we have adequate staffing, make sure that there's adequate staffing, as we mentioned, 24/7 staffing with case managers, vocational specialists that are meeting the needs of the people that are there at the site.
Okay, so I'm hearing 24-hour, 24/7 staffing, and that's not the same thing as ensuring safety. I mean, oftentimes staffing is there to address with issues as they come up. But with children, we have to be very, very, very proactive. We have to make sure that as to the best of our ability, we are putting children in a facility where we don't have these kinds of issues, that these kinds of issues will not arise. I guess when I hear low barrier, what other what other types of housing are there besides low barrier? I'm assuming that there's low barrier, there are types of higher barriers. Is there anything that could be or would be suggestive of something that would be compatible with children?
We have many family temporary housing sites across the county that are low barrier and compatible and are in fact safe, secure places for families with children, with minor children, all ages, to live. So we have a history of operating sites like this for families, as well as Life Moves, the provider does as well. So that I believe the standards that we set have shown that we can protect the safety and security of families because we've been doing it for many years at many family shelter sites.
Okay, but I guess when I ask the question explicitly, are there any other designations other than low barrier that would, that would be suggestive of children at a site? Because I've visited, I think there's Redwood House. I visited a unit up there. It was a 2-story unit, lots of families there, talked to a number of families at that facility. There were a couple. I have a lot of notes. I spent almost 2 weeks visiting different sites. I went to Life Moves. I talked to families there. I talked to families who had been in the program, left, came back in, and some of them were kicked out. And they cited concerns even at the facilities that we use as exemplars. So my question is there any kind of designation that would make me feel more comfortable with putting children at this facility?
In terms of designations, we know from experience and from research that low barrier meeting housing needs and bringing folks indoors is what keeps families and children safe. The protections that are put in place are things like the staffing, they're mandatory reporters, and the level of services that are available to meet the needs of the folks there. We also, I would also just note that, families living in unsheltered situations, families living in vehicles, the places in which the families who would be placed here are coming from, we know are much less safe than coming indoors in a site like this where there is staff to support them, staff that are there to ensure both the safety and also the well-being and the needs, meeting the needs of families with children at the site.
And I understand that's our position. I mean, that's my position as well. My thinking is that people would be safer at a facility like this than staying in their cars. But I have literally had people with children tell me that if they had to go to a facility that was low barrier, where they had people that weren't vetted for criminal history, criminal background, I mean, we'd have to do something because there are children there. So we'd have to do Megan's Law, we'd have to do sexual predation checks at the minimum. But I've literally been told that they would not go there. In some cases, these people had been to facilities like Life Moves. They've told me that the problems weren't necessarily just with the other people that were there, but also with staffing. They told me about staffing that was not qualified to manage people, that they had people that came in underpaid. I mean, they're underpaid. They're applying for positions that require a high school degree, and Life Moves is only paying them up, was paying them 75% of going rates, which doesn't tend to bring in the best people. And I've literally had people tell me, well, if they have a car, and I can tell you people that have this situation, that they do not feel comfortable if we keep touting low barrier.
Sorry, trying to work the microphone. If I can, Councilmember Park, from a staff level, certainly hear the concerns that you're raising. Just wanted to highlight that I know the county has an operator, Life Moves, and as the city attorney said, this is not the final action should council approve it on the project. And in the draft agreement, it does say in section 5C that there will be a management and security plan, and it reads, the project will be operated at all times in accordance with a management and security plan approved by the city in advance of commencement of the project operations. And so know that we have built in a process where there would be a management and security plan. Respect the questions you're asking about sort of how do you really define low barrier and what that constitutes. I think the document that really defines that, and as we wrestle with that, is later on in the process. And so I think, from a staff level, we're certainly hearing your concerns, and we'll be can bring those back and have that conversation prior to the project commencing, because the city council would need to approve this agreement in final form. Also, sort of in a prior life, I was a lot closer to homeless services, and the term I haven't heard used is housing first, which is oftentimes really the best way to reset an issue. And I think a lot of state dollars have prioritized housing first, knowing that homelessness and being homeless may not be the reason why people are homeless. They're, everyone is coming in with different things, but I think it's been widely recognized that if you can put people in a more stable environment, especially kids in a more stable environment, you can better address those situations and have closer eyes that may be affecting the children or the quality of life issues that our residents report that happen out on the street. And so I know that that's why housing first and low barrier was really started, because it's been realized as the most effective model to have an impact. But I totally understand the issues you're raising, and I think should we come back, it's really that management and security plan that the city does have to approve, where we'll wrestle with those issues and work that out with the county.
Understood. And actually, housing first was one of the things that was brought up quite a bit at the last meetings, and I still have my notes from those meetings as well. But I mean, one of the things that people said was housing first principles stop at homeless children deserve just as much happiness as house children, which means that they should not have any fear, either from the streets or from their homes. And the problem is that we're congregating children against that they don't have a choice in this, to a facility that we're calling low barrier. And at that time, low barrier was clearly stated as does not have criminal checks. And that was my issue, which is I cannot congregate children at a facility if we are not putting the checks in place prior to problems occurring. Like, I understand that we want, we'll have security there for problems that occur, but I think to the best of our ability, we need to make sure that we're putting people in there so that these kinds of problems will not occur. Right. Again, if low barrier means these things, I would think that you would call it something else, and not bring up this low barrier versus high barrier, because that was a very big topic of discussion at the previous meetings. And again, these are the kinds of issues which cause me to hesitate. I mean, I want a shelter. I want supportive services. I've been talking about this all this time. And the thing that caused me to not vote for this was the fact that we were seemingly congregating children in a facility that was low barrier. And we were not putting any more restrictions or any more requirements on Life Moves, who was known to have issues with managing people. I've talked to a number of, I have their names, I have their numbers, I can give them to you, I can give them to the county. Melissa Jardine, who was famously part of a Amber Alert when her son Jacob was stolen from the back of her car. And when I talked to her earlier this year, I asked her, well, this is what happened. We're waiting for the results of this. And her answer was, and we talked for almost an hour, was she's been on the streets for a while now, and she'd almost take her chances rather than have to live next to people who you don't know what their backgrounds are. Right, so again, I just want to make sure that we're doing these kinds of things. I'll move on because it sounds like I'm exhausting these issues, but my other concerns are still there. Again, if low barrier means these kinds of things, I almost feel that from a marketing standpoint, we'd have a different term for it. So we can't compare that or contrast that with a high barrier, where high barrier seems like it would be more compatible with having children at this facility. But you talked about supportive services. I think that we talked about talked about case management. We talked about maybe jobs. I know that at Life Moves, they did help look for jobs, but in some of those cases, it was they simply looked on the internet and they posted what they found on the internet. How do we review these services? How do people review these services? I think there's going to be a community group that will be involved with this, but how do we do that, and what other services are there, and can these services be open to the general public?
There will be a community advisory committee, as you mentioned. I do not think the services will be open to the general public. They'll be focused on the specific population. I did review our hearings before today's meeting. There were long hearings. But I recalled that the topic came up about how Life Moves actually solicits jobs. I think that's a bit of your question, Councilmember Park. And a response that was given, which made a lot of sense to me from Life Moves, was they're a nonprofit. They themselves advertise using Craigslist and other online formats. They get a lot of applicants that way, and they see it as a good tool. And so they use those kind of tools to help their own clients solicit jobs. So that's just one response I remembered hearing through the dialogue over those two hearings. And I think touches a little bit about that and whether or not, is that a quality way of providing service or not? I think that's something that we can get feedback from residents. We can see what the success rate is of getting these families into housing, because that's ultimately what is whether this project is successful, is do people leave this project and then go on to permanent housing? And I believe Life Moves said that about 3 out of 4 families that come into their system through the family programs actually are able to reach permanent housing. And that's a very high success rate compared to when you're dealing with individuals. I mean, as you know, individuals who are unhoused have a lot of different issues that they're dealing with, and that's why they have case management. That's why this particular type of project for interim housing is so much more cost expensive, because of all the support services. But I just wanted to add those pieces of information that were shared before, but it's been over a year now.
Understood. And I did also review the meeting, and I took notes. There was a Mr. Graham Wright who was at the facility, Life Moves facility in Mountain View 2 times. He was there with his family, and then he was moved out, but they couldn't find permanent housing, so they were moved back in, and then they were kicked out because of issues with management. One of the things he said is all they did was they showed us Craigslist, and we were already looking at Craigslist. We wanted, people to connect us with people and make sure that it wasn't just, well, here's some resources that you can use, but there's going to be case management. We're going to actually try to meet you up with people. So I think that's some discussion that we can have, and hopefully, if we get into community support, we can talk about those things as well. My last question before we go to other things is on communication. You said that the county was notified in August about the Homekey interest. And I've got a lot of email from people dating months back, and more recently in the last month or two. They've been sending letters and having inquiries both to the county and to the city. In fact, I remember forwarding some inquiries off last week. And we've had heard almost nothing. I think that a lot of the people in the audience here, both for and against this project, had less than a week to prepare for this meeting. And we've had, and I can verify that there have been communications going back and forth between residents, between housing groups, and the city and the county for quite a while. When I talked to Consuelo at the encampment event, she said that she had no idea it had moved to other people, but she had not forwarded any of the inquiries that had gone to her on, I think. I guess it's more of a comment than a question, but I feel that when you have got a project like this, which is very emotional, I think that communication is one of the biggest things that we could do to make people on both sides comfortable that they're being heard and that their issues are being addressed. But when they get nothing back, and even me, I had seen that they had copied me on something. They had copied it to Consuelo. I moved it on to city staff. And when city staff doesn't respond, now I don't know what to do. I feel like we need to get the communication better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Park. We are going to go to a second round of questions. I have Councilmember Jane and Councilmember Watanabe on board. I also have a couple questions, but after that, if no one else has any other questions, we will be going to the public after that. So, Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I really like the concept of housing first. I guess my question is, let's say we did a bunch of checks and we excluded people that had history of mental health or history of or currently on substances, substance addictions, and we had this high barrier facility. Where would we put those people? And the second question is, are people being forced to live here? If they feel it's unsafe, can they just leave at any time? And finally, my question is, there's this concept that maybe permanent supportive housing is safer than interim supportive housing, but we have the example of Hillview and Milpitas, where it's a permanent supportive housing, and we can't actually evict some of the bad actors there. Here, bad actors can actually be evicted. Is that true?
I think I'm going to defer these questions to the county. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. For the last question with regard to being evicted, because there's not a lease in a site like this, folks are not evicted, but there are behavior standards and operational standards that everybody living there has to abide by, and there are processes for when there is dangerous behavior or behavior that puts people at the facility at risk, in which they would be exited from the shelter. It's typically a last resort. We are, of course, trying to get folks into permanent housing. That is the ultimate goal. But at times it is necessary to protect the safety and well-being of everybody at the site.
In an interim facility, they actually have fewer tenant rights than they do in a permanent. Is that correct?
Yes, I would say it's not about tenant rights. It's a temporary housing facility. It's a different arrangement. So of course they have rights there at the site as they would in other temporary housing, but it is very different than a permanent housing arrangement where they have a lease with outlines of their rights as a leaseholder. They do not have that at a temporary housing site.
Okay, people are not forced to be here, are they?
Yes, thank you for repeating the question. Apologies for forgetting that one. That's correct. Anyone can leave at any time. It is absolutely the choice of the families to, one, accept the placement. The process, folks are referred to the site based on being a resident of the city of Santa Clara, as they would be prioritized, and if they chose not to go to that, that's up to them. And if they chose to go to the site and live there, and at some point it wasn't the right setting for them, they could absolutely leave at any point.
And the waiting lists are pretty long for these facilities?
Yeah, unfortunately, the family need greatly outweighs the resources available for temporary housing right now. We are seeing countywide about ranging about a 4 to 5 month waiting list for families to get referred to temporary housing. So it is, the need is there, the need is high, the need is here in the city of Santa Clara, and this site would go a long way to reducing that wait list and referring people, getting people indoors much quicker.
Thank you very much. Just to add to that, I have some statistics here. The shelter wait list is more than 509 families countywide right now. And 25 of those families are specifically Santa Clara residents, but there would be more if you count their affiliations through work or school. So that's our current tally on that. And just regarding Life Moves, some information that was provided is that in fiscal year 23, 74% of the families in Life Moves interim family supportive housing projects, or I should say interim supportive housing projects, not necessarily exclusively for families, but 74% of those families in 23 moved into permanent housing, so that's success. And then a year later, 80% of those families that were placed in permanent housing were able to maintain it. So those are the numbers. They don't have 24 yet. That's being finalized with an audit.
Is that it, Councilmember Dean? Okay, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you. Hopefully, two quick questions. So when you were showing the diagram of the modular and how they could be split up, I was wondering, I thought you said earlier that no more than 120 people will live on site. So based on those reconfigurations, I mean, will that number stay the same? It will always be 120 people?
I believe 120 is the maximum estimated, but it is an estimate. I think that's a logical estimate based on 30 family units and how many people would be in a family size. But it's not like a land use number where you have like 120 units and you're required to only have 120. This was for estimation purposes to describe the project.
Okay, thank you. And then I think it's been talked about, but I wanted to know if Santa Clara families would be given first priority. I know you have given some some important statistics on those numbers.
Yes, that would be a requirement as part of the three-party agreement, funding agreement, that Santa Clara families would be given priority.
Great, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. I have some questions, and I appreciate Councilmember Watanabe actually asking that one, because that was one of my first questions about will it be Santa Clarans be a priority, so thank you for answering that one. On job postings, and I know that there's a thing in the Bay Area, competitive wages. I've heard it's about $20 an hour that they're paying employees, anywhere between 20 and 30. I wanted to confirm a little bit about that, considering that this is a very expensive area to live. And I think, when you have people paid a fair wage and a equitable wage, I think you get better quality services. So I'm just curious about that question.
If you can give me a second with it,
Sure.
because I can get a response.
Sure, and I'll follow up with some other questions. Community Advisory Committee, how will that operate? What kind of advising would they give? What kind of input will they be taking? So for examples like police reports, enforcement, security issues, issues with the neighborhood, stuff like that. What kind of teeth would this Community Advisory Committee have?
So in terms of the CAC, I think I would talk to or ask the county to talk about your experience with that. I know that that is a common form of how they get feedback from the neighborhood with many of their projects, so they can speak to.
Sure. And while you're coming up here, kind of additional onto that, for example, this Community Advisory Committee, would it be available to people that are literally here tonight in the public to apply for or be considered?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Becker. Hillary Armstrong again with the county. So our community advisory committees operate for a number of our sites, and each one kind of operates in a similar way, but with some unique components to the site. But I think the most applicable one is one of our family sites, Casitas de Esperanza, which is 25 tiny homes on the Civic Center campus. And we give notice of the Community Advisory Committee meetings to all residents within a certain geographic range of that location, but we also provide information about how to join those meetings, which are generally virtual, on our website. So each site we would have a website for this site with information about when the meetings are scheduled. They're usually the third Thursday of the month, and I would say the cadence of the meetings is more frequently at the beginning. As the site is starting up, folks understandably have a lot of questions, and the format is generally to hear updates from the site provider, which would be Life Moves, on who's staying at the shelter, what are the outcomes, are there any challenges, and it's really been a positive experience all around. And in fact, the Community Advisory Committee for the Casita site actually helped with a beautification project for the site. They provide volunteers from the community. It's each of the neighborhood associations surrounding the area. And then when there are concerns about things happening either on or off the site, we work directly with them, and it's a real direct line of communication. We also have usually folks from the staff of the city where the site is, and from the office of the supervisor's district that the site is located in addition to the staff of both the supportive housing and the operator.
Awesome, thank you. And now for, I guess, security, I'm hearing that security is supposed to be on site 24 hours a day, is that correct?
Yes, that's our understanding from Life Moves. There's 24/7 staff coverage, and there will be a security plan for the site.
Awesome, and they would have a pretty good relationship with, I guess, local police department, because I know that Milpitas has had some issues, some other cities complain about it. I just want to make sure we have a better approach than some of the others.
Absolutely, PD would be in contact with the operator. They did review the project originally when this project was submitted, and PD always has really good feedback. They're dealing with a variety of different projects, lessons learned, so I'm sure they will communicate those lessons to them as well.
Okay, and another question I have is, for example, we've had a project come before us before where it was designated as senior facility. They couldn't get seniors to stay there because it was just too expensive, and then changed. It got the I guess a variance or an ordinance change to become a market rate facility. So seeing that kind of a precedent was set in some form of that, I'm looking at this as, so let's say this is interim. I know that interim is a very controversial word for a lot of people, because I know a lot of people like the thought of being a part of the neighborhood, but then you have people who don't want it in their neighborhood at all. So for example, if it starts as an interim, let's say you get a lot of either complaints, it's just not working as an interim, would there ever be the ability to make it a permanent housing facility for unhoused?
Good evening. So if the county were to accept the Homekey Award, assuming that this item passes tonight, then we would enter into a standard agreement with the state, and then we would be committing to, I believe, a 15-year operating period. After the term of that restriction, we could explore other options.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I guess one of my last questions, it's kind of folded. Well, first off, thank you to Councilmember Hardy for asking about the $600 million debt question, because I know that I've been seeing a lot of that false narrative. And also to the city manager for clarifying about earmarked funds for housing-related needs. That was one of my questions, but I appreciate you clarifying that earlier on. One thing I noticed is that, I personally have an aunt that was homeless. She was going through shelters. She didn't quite understand some of the formalities. She was living in a temporary housing facility. They ended up, when it came time for application issues, she didn't really think about it. She wasn't all there. And so she kind of got back out onto the street again. And she says, I don't know how that happened. One of the biggest concerns that she experienced was the stigma of substance abuse. And I know that's a big issue for a lot of people. And I'm wondering if in these facilities, is there a different way of working with people? So for example, yes, substance abuse is a stigma, but then you have people who don't have a substance abuse. They just are really on hard times, and they kind of felt like they're being treated as someone with substance abuse issues. So is there a level of different services that are being offered into not only one, making sure that they're comfortable in the situation, not being considered a substance abuser, And then two, I think Councilmember Parker, somebody else talked about it, which was falling through the cracks. And that is helping them find supportive and permanent housing afterwards, networking and stuff like that. I know that has been a concern not only about Councilmember Park, but myself, is how aggressive is it into looking and helping them find more permanent housing, considering that this is a stepping stone. We don't want to have them take a stepping stone and then fall right back into the situation again. Kind of like what I've noticed with unemployment. Everyone talks about, oh, we create all these jobs, but it feels like it's a cycle of unemployment. People that were unemployed before now have jobs. Now new people are unemployed. So I'm kind of trying to understand that in a situation, to wondering about falling through the cracks and maybe some more tender loving care into the follow through on that, I guess, is maybe more of a comment, not a question, but just, advising a little more on that, because that is a concern, not only with a lot of people that are homeless, unhoused right now, is they feel like they fall through the cracks. And so that is my biggest concern. And if you have any comments about that, I'd appreciate that.
No, thank you for your comments, Vice Mayor Becker. I think case management is very individualized. There's some common trends for why people are unhoused, and I think there are specialties with case management to focus on those trends. Substance abuse is, a common issue, but certainly not the only issue for why people are unhoused. And then I would just say that your comment about the level of aggressiveness, I know that what success is for these operators is to get people into permanent housing. I don't know if there's anything else that the county would add on that.
Just one quick addition. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Becker. You're absolutely right that every family needs something unique. Not everybody is struggling with the same issues. And so the case management I mentioned earlier, I just wanted to expand on that a little bit too. There are also benefit specialists. Sometimes what family needs is connection to benefits to address medical needs, or to get connected to food assistance and other assistance, as well as I briefly mentioned vocational specialists and also housing specialists to help people navigate. It is difficult. We all know it's difficult to find housing, so having people there on site to help folks not only improve their income and create a pathway for them to permanent housing, but also just to search for housing, to navigate the application process, to apply for housing vouchers. And many folks are also there when they get referred to a permanent housing program within our system. So there is a smooth transition from this temporary site into a permanent housing program.
Excellent, thank you. And one last question that just dawned upon me, which is, I've heard about inspections. Is there frequent inspections of any of the living spaces?
So what was shared with me is that there is rates to inspection. Those do occur. I don't know if there's not necessarily like a quota. I think there's just, if there's any consideration or concern, they have the right and exercise it for inspections.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, so Councilmember Park, I see your hands up. Do you have a very quick question, or I would like to go to the public first?
I could. I feel like I'm talking to Councilmember Jane through the committee, but I understand there's different types of issues, like mental health issues and substance issues, and I would think that even prior to placement, we would have different sites. I was actually asked about, I talked to a lot of people at the encampment and at other people without housing events, and they tell me that it's actually more efficient to target specific types of, have a facility that's targeted for specific types of issues, rather than to try to have every facility try to have every single type of benefit, every single type of issue. And I would think at some point that we would, for something that has families, look at things that are good for families that I think are good for everyone, like housing, permanent housing, and jobs, but also think about education and other things. And if we focus on those benefits, because I just heard food assistants, vocational specialists, housing specialists, and that doesn't quite jibe with my picture of people simply giving you access to Craigslist. But I would think that if we had family-focused a facility, and we had other facilities for substance issues. I mean, mental health is specific enough that we can't just have a little bit of mental health. I'd like a well-stocked, a well-supported mental health facility for anyone, including families. But I'm not so sure that we're going to make every facility, including this one, good at everything. So, I mean, it goes back to my question of how do we filter, how do we select people that come to this family facility, and like instead of having general services, do we have targeted services, including school outreach and school integration programs for the students that would live here? Like, I'm not hearing any of this, but I'm sure you're thinking about it. Thank you. And I can take these answers afterwards. I'd like to hear what the public has to say.
Okay. Thank you. That'll allow us to coordinate and get some answers.
Excellent. Okay, so we are going to go to the public. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you all to line up. I'm going to call 3 names in a row. I apologize if I make any mistakes with your names. But also, for respect out of everybody, please don't applause for any side that's talking tonight, just so they don't feel intimidated. So first up, we have our County Supervisor, Susan Ellenberg. Hello, Susan.
And I'll just note that Susan Ellenberg has time ceded from Jose, so she will get 4 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good evening to all of you. And this is a challenge. Our meetings are during the day, so I'm I'm trying to maintain my energy to talk with all of you this evening. And so thank you. Thank you for the time, Vice Mayor and City Council members, and to the city staff. I want to say, in listening to the last hour and a half of conversation, I have been so singularly impressed by your staff, Council. City Attorney Mr. Guggens, City Manager Mr. Grogan, Rena Briot, Adam Marcus. I thought your answers and responses and your deep understanding of the extent of the crisis in homelessness, the particular complications of this project, the funding with it, have really just been impressive, and I really believe that you all are in excellent hands. I want to thank also the residents for participating in this process throughout the past year, the feedback at community meetings, and outreach directly to my office, as well as to our county staff, who always and continually impress me. That this has really been a journey together. I want to just level set again. There's been a lot of conversation tonight about the substance of this program, what it would look like, what the qualifications are for eligibility, what types of services. But really what you're doing tonight is reaffirming essentially a vote that you've already taken. I very, very much appreciate that this council unanimously approved in your budget this past year the expenditure of funds that would enable us to complete the application for this project and send it in. Because of the delay on the state's end and moving from one fiscal year to another, you need to reapprove that tonight. So I do hope that you will maintain the votes that you had the last time this came up and move this ahead really as the ministerial action that it is. There will be far more opportunities to talk about all of the details and the pieces that you mentioned tonight, but I will just reemphasize the local and regional need for more interim housing for families with children is urgent. And of course, no family who doesn't feel comfortable for whatever reason would be compelled to stay, thank you, Councilmember Jane, in this residence, but we absolutely know that families are safer, particularly in non-congregate shelters where they are in a unit with their own family members, significantly safer than they are on the street, in their cars, in encampments. and even safer often than living in overcrowded conditions with other individuals. I know that concerns will continue to arise. I want to reaffirm that certainly the county and my office in particular will continue to work with all of you as well as interested residents, both to preempt and to promptly address any issues that arise. And I want to finally end with this. These future residents are us. They're in our community. Their children are in schools with your children. Their parents are likely working or have worked in the community and are just looking to get it together again. And this project gives them the opportunity to do so. So I look forward to hearing of your unanimous vote again this evening. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg. Okay, I'm going to start calling names up. First one we have is Elisa G., followed by Alan Altman and Shalini. So if you can line up in a row.
You did actually say my name right.
Awesome.
Hi, my name is Elisa. I am the founder and director of Santa Clara Housing Advocates. It's been a while since I stood up here to talk on behalf of this really cool group of people, but I'm excited to be here again because it means that there's an opportunity for this project to move forward. That's why we're wearing green, because green means go, and we want it to go forward. We have also continued our work on housing in the community. We chose the name we chose because we wanted to do stuff beyond just this project. And one advantage to coming together as a group to coordinate is that we can discuss what we wanted to say tonight ahead of time. So because of that, we've coordinated for like 4-ish people from our group to speak and give like our main points, hopefully just one time, to be as respectful as possible to your time, our time, everyone's time. Give you a chance to actually deliberate and actually vote. The sooner this vote goes through, the sooner we can get to the negotiations that you're saying you want, and the sooner the project can get built. And also I want to reiterate, well, first of all, a lot of the points we were going to make, the staff did a really awesome job, so like, thank you. And we expect this meeting to go quickly anyway, as this exact same budget was passed by unanimous consent in last year's city budget. The amendment to this year's budget only reaffirms that this item was not even discussed during that budget meeting, and I know that because I was watching it on Zoom, and nothing has changed since then. And if you wait until later, the budget will be a different situation because we won't have the Homekey funds in the county land. Yeah, I just want to add on the mental health issue. This is something personal, that talking about separating people with mental health issues and mental illness is really harmful and offensive, and putting people who need the most help together with no one else sometimes can cause more problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Alan.
And thank you. I will be very brief. I just wanted to speak in support of this project as a Santa Clara resident. And I wanted to say one thing about the discussion about safety for children and families with a low barrier regarding criminal and mental health issues. The truth of the matter is that many people in poverty are commit crimes as a matter of necessity. Sometimes just sleeping rough outside can cause a criminal record. So being a criminal, as in having committed a crime, does not make you a bad, evil, or dangerous person per se, and that's why I think it's important to not have barriers against criminality specifically, and just consider the direct safety implications, which I believe this project already does. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. And before Shalini speaks, I hope I said your name right, let's line up Kimmy, Tom McDevitt, and Linda Nepper.
Can I just send these out?
Sure.
Sorry, my name is Shalini Venkatesh. I've lived in the Lawrence Benton neighborhood for 32 years. I support the interim housing project for many reasons. Tonight, I'm just asking you to support this budget amendment. I don't want to go over all the material that the staff of both the city and county have gone into in great detail. I'll just touch on a few high points that I noted down as they were talking. The points that I think are important that I see are they are telling you that the city would basically only be on the hook for this particular amount, less than $1 million a year, for up to 6 years. And this would be using money that's already there, already sort of earmarked from the last time, and carrying it over. And I think, as Elisa just said, this particular combination of funding, where the majority is coming from the state, some from the county and Life Moves, and a relatively small amount from the city, will probably never happen again. And this contribution would give the city great negotiating power in the negotiations that are coming up, by being not an applicant, but being a partner in this. So it seems a yes decision tonight would really just show that you are willing to begin negotiations with County and Life Moves based on your concerns, fiscal and otherwise, and get them addressed. I sincerely hope that the resulting agreement and agreements which your staff will bring back to you for your approval will be ones that you would be proud to support. Right now, tonight, your yes vote has a huge upside potential to, in due course, get a high quality and safe, to satisfy all our concerns, facility that the city and this community need and really deserve. And this would be with no downside risk to city coffers or legal liabilities, from what I've heard tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there a Kimmy here? Okay, next up is Tom after that.
Hi, my name is Kimmy. I've been here the last couple times, and my main concern is about the costs. I'm not sure if there's any auditing or checking balance on this project.
Yeah, speaking to the mic,
Sorry.
thank you.
But it seems like $35 million for 30 units. You're talking about 1.18 million per unit for 377 square feet. That's 3,300 per square feet cost to build. On top of the 3.5 million a year to operate, maintain, right? With all this money, what do you think about spreading it out to all those 500-something families over the years? I just feel like the cost of the project is not productively being helped, these families or the communities overall. Not talking about existing families that already in the area that feeling very unsafe, and we spoke about the location before. It's not even a safe location for these families to be around. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McDevitt.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Vice Mayor Becker. In my opinion, Life Moves is the wrong person for us to be a part of. I have an article here which is about Life Moves and how they were responsible for the San Jose Branham Modular construction project and the overlays and problems that they had with that. I also have a report here of how Life Moves was audited by San Jose and found that they were mismanaging their federal dollars of the contracts that they had. Finally, I also want to say, well, not finally, also in their own proposal, for the 28 positions that our operational budget is going to be supporting, they have one site security person. So that's the answer for what the security is. They are calling out one security person. Okay. One thing that mentioned also is that nothing has changed. That is not true. These articles came out since the 18 months have come out. Okay. The other thing is there was there has been a memorandum that has happened for Homekey. Homekey was supposed to be a fast thing to happen, right? They came out with a memorandum Vice Mayor Becker, your question as to what happens to interim housing. Notwithstanding Article 3, the requirement that the project shall operate as an interim housing project for minimum 5 full years following the recordation of affordability convent and prior to relocating participation to begin version of permanent housing may be waived at the sole but reasonable discretion of the department. And that is in this thing here, which is the memorandum, changed into the addendum rather. All these articles I'm going to leave with the clerk. And then finally, what happens if you say no? These funds, almost all this money has already been spent. They're in discretionary funds right now. It'll go to some other community. The money that we have in the PLA, please give me 1 second. The money we have in the PLA is going to go to other people. We are not saying no to supporting homeless people. What we're saying is we're going to, the money will go to other homeless people, not this project run by Life Moves. And finally, I know I'm over time. Finally, you voted unanimously on the budget because that's how the budget was voted. When people say you voted unanimously for this project, that is inaccurate. You voted unanimously on the budget because you don't break that budget up by line.
Thank you, Mr. Bredevitt.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, Linda, and then next we have, if you can line up, Casey, Sarah, and John Haggerty.
Let's see. This is dedicated to my son who died on this day. I support building housing for people who used to be able to afford the rent near their jobs and cannot anymore. Homeless were our neighbors and family, but they can't succeed anymore because it's too expensive. They often are retail salespeople or fast food workers or back of the house restaurant workers, the hairstylist, the manicurist. You use all of those, and they may be homeless. The feds say rent should not be more than 1/3 of your group's paycheck. People are lucky now if it's less than 2/3 of their paychecks. And they need to buy groceries and fix the car so they can get to work or live in their car that needs to move every 72 hours. Those people have lost their housing, their rental housing, turned to couch surfing themselves, and sometimes they have kids. And they are doing the best that they can. But then their friends and family become exhausted sharing the living room, and they start to live in their cars. Sometimes family or friends will continue to allow the kids to live there, but it's not guaranteed. So maybe 4 people sleep in a car. Being in the car is still a defensible zone. If they're out on the street, it's not defensible. So, yes, there may be drugs, there may be homeless, there may be mental health issues, but it's supportive housing is, interim housing is better than being on the street. And a lot of these people will be on the street with their kids. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Casey?
I'm Sarah.
Sarah.
I'm Casey's fiance. I'll be utilizing his 2 minutes, and then I also have 2 additional minutes from Vanessa Chicas.
Okay.
Good evening, Council. My name is Sarah. I grew up in Sunnyvale, where my parents, also immigrants, have lived for 28 years. I'm a homeowner of 4 years, living on Benton Street, and my brother just purchased the home right next to mine. I'm a longstanding member of this community, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to share my perspectives tonight and remind us on behalf of Santa Clara housing advocates of the bigger picture. I have always been invested in the well-being of children, as many of us are. I've spent several months volunteering in an orphanage in Ecuador during my summers off in college. I volunteered at the juvenile courthouse, helping divert at-risk youth from developing a criminal record. I've run an art therapy program for homeless children in San Jose for 5 years, and I studied child development psychology and wrote my thesis paper on the impact of homelessness and poverty on executive functioning development in children. I'm also a volunteer CASA, or a court-appointed special advocate for children in the foster care system in our community. And lastly, I'm a healthcare worker. I've worked at Stanford Healthcare for nearly 10 years. There are several reasons that a huge portion of this community believe in this initiative, and I'd like to share a few of those reasons with you today. First, about the facts. Both the city and county of Santa Clara have seen rising numbers of unhoused people in recent years, and more people than ever accessing homeless services in California. Over 75% of homeless people in Santa Clara County are unsheltered, and the list of unhoused people waiting for shelter is so long, people, as we heard, often wait months. I'd also like to talk about some of the fear and the concerns surrounding the implementation of low-barrier interim housing, things that I myself initially worried about when I heard about this project. In 2023, data collected from 5 comparable projects in San Jose showed that the number of emergency calls, like property and drug crimes, graffiti, and trash complaints, reduced significantly after the implementation of interim housing sites. And this real data helps demonstrate the fear we have regarding crime is actually unfounded. In fact, unhoused people are more likely to be victims of crime rather than perpetrators. I myself also had concerns about the impact to the surrounding neighborhood. However, renderings of the building show a modern-appearing apartment, and a large literature review, including 3,000 housing projects, indicated that low-income housing actually shows 0 negative impact on property values, even those who live within 500 feet of a shelter, and this was sustained over a 10-year period following the construction. Additionally, a study published by UC Irvine in 2022 after constructing interim housing facilities recorded that crime actually decreased and property values increased. And a majority of community members surveyed in San Francisco reported that visible homelessness significantly decreased after the implementation of a housing project in their neighborhood. The battle between stably housed communities and interim housing projects has a long history in California. I've heard a lot of my neighbors share the contradictory sentiment that they support offering resources to unhoused communities, but just not here, while raising no such objections about similar developments elsewhere. And to that, I retort there are, in fact, several reasons that Benton Street makes an excellent location for this initiative, including the fact that it sports close proximity to grocery and convenience stores, parks, a hospital, churches, and more, making it ideal for families without personal transportation. The stress of homelessness often also exacerbates existing physical, mental health problems and perpetuate more acute problems like anxiety, depression, substance use, and suicide. A study conducted at Stanford reported that a lack of housing also exacerbates health conditions, limits access to care, and hinders the ability to make healthy choices. I have spoken with people who are unable to refrigerate their insulin and ration their medication due to homelessness, ultimately leading to much more acute health conditions and sometimes death. We all know that unhoused individuals with access to social services or support resources are more likely to rely on inappropriate emergency department usage, clogging ERs, and overutilizing clinical resources. However, the proposed supportive housing project we discussed tonight will offer many critical resources to its inhabitants, including caseworkers, social workers, medical care, counseling, food security, and life classes, as we've heard. Additionally, the low barrier to entry makes this facility more desirable to me. We never know the criminal history or background of our neighbors where we live, and even a single day of housing insecurity impacts families and children within them, and getting them in as fast as possible is critical. Tonight, we're talking about people's right to a home. We're talking about someone's child, someone's sister, someone's brother, someone's parent. I have seen the impact of homelessness and poverty on children and families. I've studied it. It's humiliating and traumatic for families to be ripped from their home, to live in their car, or even in a traditional emergency shelter. Homelessness is not a moral failure, but a combination of factors out of someone's control. You've likely have heard residents argue that a shelter in our neighborhood will damage local quality of life by driving up crime, drug use, loitering, vandalism, or related issues. Yet these concerns are grounded in fear rather than fact, as there's little evidence that shelters cause such problems. Community opposition to shelters has been growing increasingly louder and more aggressive, despite data and research suggesting the impact of shelters, the negative impact, is not true. Do not let this persistent ferocity and disregard for factual evidence persuade you. As an elected official, it's important to find the balance between supporting what your constituents want and what you know morally you should push. We have a privilege today to debate whether or not someone gets to have a place to live. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Haggerty, and before you start, let's line up Ken Kratz, Zhao G, I hope I said your name right, and then Leon Dorfman. Mr. Haggerty?
Good evening. I have a red tie for meaning stop. As you noted, this is not an affordable housing project, nor is it a temporary shelter. It is an interim housing project, which is a whole new experimental concept and option. Moreover, the cost of this experiment are enormous, $60 million total, $2 million per unit. You could buy a house for each of these 30 families with that $2 million, plus the county's valuable land, plus the terrible damage to the quality of life. Who among us here wants to live next door to this? Which would lead to lower property tax revenues and higher police/ambulance costs. To sum up, this is a huge boondoggle with severe social and economic costs, which the residents of District 4 have formally attested to by presenting to this council 5,000 signatures. So I want to close by noting that the whopping $2 million per unit I mentioned before assumes full occupancy. But I walk by the other interim housing experiment in Santa Clara, the Bella Vista, quite often. And it only seems to me to be at most half full. Now, I don't know the specific figures, but just looking at it, it doesn't seem full to me. So the actual cost then, if it's only half full, is $4 million per unit, which is ridiculous. You could buy 2 houses for each of those families. And it also kind of indicates that the target tenantry for these new experimental homes doesn't want to live there either. So the neighbors don't want them to live there, and many of them themselves don't want to live there for reasons that Council Member Park from District 4 was speaking about. They don't want to be amongst criminals. So I'll leave you with those thoughts, and again, vote no.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Kratz.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ken Kratz, and I support this proposed emergency interim housing project in my neighborhood. Please continue your support for this project. In the city's letter to the county acknowledging the city's funding commitment, one of the conditions of the agreement is the creation of an oversight committee. I would like to serve on that committee. I've lived in the neighborhood for almost 50 years. I'm a homeowner and walk past the project site at least once a week. I am a retired City of Santa Clara civil servant of 30 years. My experience as a public works inspector at the city and my attendance at all these public meetings would be beneficial to the Oversight Committee. I would like to work with my neighbors in my neighborhood on this Oversight Committee to help make this project a success. Thank you.
Thank you. Zhao, and before you get started, let's line up Leon, Stop Shelter, and Jordan Grimes. When you're ready.
Good evening, council members. Today I want to share some news first, what I saw online. First is there's a new interim housing in the San Jose, which called Bramham Lane. The construction started 2022, and it's expected to open 2023, but somehow it's still delayed right now. And right now it says it will open 2025. Who knows? Yeah. Another news I saw online is Santa Clara County is seeking to purchase San Jose interim housing to convert to jail diversion site. I wonder if in the future, maybe after 5 years or 7 years, this shelter becomes a burden to the city, whether the city also consider this kind of movement or not. Yeah, and also county just mentioned, right now it doesn't have enough interim housing, but why is still trying to purchase San Jose interim housing for other purpose? Also, as a city manager just mentioned, it's very expensive, 1 million per unit. It's very expensive. And I really want to know whether it's most efficient solution for Santa Clara to address homeless problem, since state seems right now is shift to the homeless Homekey Plus. Whether city also consider this shift. Submitted doesn't mean it's the best or best fit for the city, for the resident. Nothing is more expensive than free. So I hope council members who voted no last time don't change your mind. If you vote yes last time, it's the last chance for you to don't let your resident down. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have Stop Shelter. Is that online?
Sorry, Vice Mayor, we actually have Leon Dorfman first.
Oh, my apologies. Whenever you're ready, Leon. Okay, it's not here anymore. Okay, so we're going to go to Stop Shelter whenever you're ready. Are you there? Can you hear us? Okay, if I don't hear a response in 3 seconds, we're going to move on to the next person. Can you unmute? You hit the little button that says unmute. It's star 69 or star 6. Okay, we'll come back to Stop Shelter. Let's move on to Jordan Grimes.
Yes, good evening, Council, Honorable Mayor. My name is Jordan Grimes. I'm the Regional Resilience Manager with Greenbelt Alliance. We spoke in strong support of this project last year and want to reiterate our support of the project tonight. From an environmental perspective, the best thing you can do is to approve the project and provide homes for 30 unhoused families in Santa Clara County. Allowing people to live their lives sheltered, in addition to being a moral imperative, allows us to preserve our natural environment. There are thousands of people right now, of families, living in encampments across the county. Human beings generate waste and trash. This is a facet of life. When not sheltered, it ends up in our creeks and waterways, damaging our natural ecosystems. Providing housing protects our residents and our environment. Regarding the financial considerations, I want to echo the comments that Sarah made earlier. Instead of asking yourself whether the city can afford to do this, ask yourselves if you can afford not to. Costs of homelessness and the difficulty of getting people out of homelessness increase exponentially the longer people are unhoused. This project is not only an abject moral good, it is the fiscally prudent option. I also just want to say interim housing is better than living in your car on the street. That should be a no-brainer. Allowing people, especially children and families, to live in shelter will make them safer than will be safer than the alternative. Crafting the perfect shelter under existing conditions is extremely challenging, but Life Moves still provides desirable, highly sought-after facilities. Please approve the budget amendment and allocate the remaining funds to the Benton Street project to ensure people are housed as soon as possible. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
Okay, thank you. We have Deborah Dempsey. And if Urgie is here, please line up behind her. Thank you. When you're ready.
I live close to this proposed project, and my concern is that it be for Santa Clara residents, Santa Clara families, because I don't want other counties and other cities giving us this problem, homeless problem, to solve with our money. So if the project, if we say no as a city to the project, it's a county's project. So the city could still qualify for a project. This is a county project, and it's falling on the shoulders of the cities. Our city, my home. And I hear about the low barrier, their rules, and procedures, but are there consequences? That's my biggest concern. What would be the consequences for theft or crime in my neighborhood? And then the on-site staff for the 30 families, it's 1 to 2 people is what I've read for 30 families of 3 or more people. It barely it's hard for 2 parents to take care of a family. And then if the community is not totally supportive of this project, who are you going to go to for volunteers? So the burden of support will be on our police and firefighters that are already overburdened protecting the residents. And then this $35 million project. What about the property taxes that a $35 million project would normally raise for the city? Where's that money going to go to?
Thank you. Urji, and after that, we will ask to come up Suraj, if you're here. Go ahead when you're ready.
Hi, good evening, council members. Good evening, Vice Mayor. So for this project, I think a lot of people question about the construction cost, which is super expensive. Like many people comment, this is over $1 million per unit. So I really want to hear what is how this number come up, why this is so expensive than other apartment or condominiums. Yeah, so this is something we have questioned, and we think we are the taxpayer, we have the right to understand why the cost is come up. And another thing is, we always heard this is a county project, right? And but we remember that in 1 mile away, there's a Bella Vista. That is another county project. So why county put 2 interim housing or the housing project in one county and in such close places? So this is something we try to understand. So this is a further burden to the city, or is this really good for the balance of the city development? So this is something we try to understand. Another thing is a lot of people saying that we have a fear, and but actually the fear is not from nowhere. Actually, we discussed with the mayor or council member from Milpitas. We hear the true stories, and also we read the newspaper, what happening in Redwood City, in San Mateo, and in Mountain View. So this is all real case about the life impact. Plus, I think last year we have a 5,000 white signature, which is people have a different reason, have a different opinion, but they all oppose this project. I really hope that you can take that serious, that we have 5,000 neighbors, they have a different opinion for this project. And I think there's a lot of things we can address this issue for homeless, but maybe not this interim housing, so expensive interim housing. Like we can wait for the Homeless Plus, Homekey Plus project, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have Suraj, and then after that, if you're here, Joy.
Good evening, Deputy Mayor and council members. When I was hearing Kevin Park earlier, the question related to low barriers, and also I heard some inconsistencies the way county answered the question related to low barrier and 24/7 security and monitoring, and it immediately triggered in my mind that there is an inherent assumption in this project plan there will be families or people with criminal background in this facility. And this actually triggers my mind to think that this project is a no-no for me. I will not support that because of the low barrier. And I have an observation to make here that even though city is going to spend about $6.5 million on this project operations over the next 6 or 7 years, but it seems that city does not have any direct oversight on this project. And I didn't hear anything about an annual performance measure of whoever is going to run this project. I didn't hear anything from the county related to that. And then there is a question like we followed last year about the process, well, even if the budget is approved, is it going to follow the same process coming to the Santa Clara City residents for approval? That is my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Joy? Is she online?
Hello, can you hear?
Yes, go for it, Joy.
Hi, yeah. First of all, we want to address the issue of homelessness, and we care about these individuals. We're taxpayers. But the county's lack of response to these concerns and the perceived failure to learn from previous issues in similar projects can feel like they're not addressing the root issues or prioritizing effective solutions. I just so sorry to say that, but I just feel the county is so irresponsible and incapable. I still remember from the first hearing, I once asked, do you know how many schools are in this area? And for the second hearing, county promised to answer this very simple question, but until now, I'm very sure they don't even do any, maybe, research on the whether this project is proper for the community. And what we see is a complete lack of accountability from the county, which has never directly answered these questions. Today, at least we heard that there are city council members who are working on this. They at least understand where the problems lie. The issues California is facing are not just the problems themselves, but the methods and the people involved in solving them. We have raised all these issues, and as taxpayers, we paid money. We want to know if the county has conducted any research or made any improvement. So,
Thank you, Joy. Okay, Stop Shelter. We're going to go back to you. Can you unmute? Yes, no? It's press star 6. I'll give you a few seconds. Okay, we will be moving on. If they come back, please let me know if they do pop back up. Okay, any other member of the public? I don't have any more members of the public here on the list.
Vice Mayor, we just have a new hand raised on Zoom.
Okay, let me go back to Stop Shelter.
Ashish.
Oh, Ashish? And anyone who's wanting to speak that I did not call their name because they weren't on the list, go ahead and start lining up right in front here too. Go ahead, Ashish, when you're ready.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you.
First, I'll start by saying that in a way, I feel that we have come so far together in some areas. Like trying to address something as difficult as this in the most right way so that we can become a model for everyone to follow is what we should pursue. The only thing which is coming in the way of it is like being able to ensure that it really remains safe and secure for the residents inside, the kids inside, and the community outside. And like, I haven't seen anything in today's presentation, or whatever has come so far, to really allay my concerns. And again, like, I would say, like, as of now, because of that reason and the fiscal irresponsibility, I'm still not there in support of it. But if it goes through, we have to line up as, community members to make sure that it gets run properly. And you all should be held accountable for your decisions.
Okay, thank you, Ashish. All right. Next up, Board Member Muirhead. Good to see you.
Hi, nice to see you all on your turf tonight. So Jody Muirhead, I'm on the Santa Clara Unified School District Board, and my trustee area is around this property. So the families that we're talking about, those are our families. Those kids that we're talking about that'll be in the shelter, those are our kids. And there's a lot of rules for school districts. And I should have said at the very beginning, I'm speaking for myself. I'm not speaking for the school district. But we do have a lot of rules about homeless children and trying to keep them as stable as possible. And if they're living in a car or surfing on somebody's couch, that's not stable. This is a much more stable interim solution. So the most important thing for those kids is to be able to attend school. And the way to do that is to have a stable home environment and a way to get to school. So my perspective is this is just super important for those families to have the stability in their lives until they can get somewhere more permanent. I also want to point out that some people had concerns about school kids in the area. We've set up our boundaries for our attendance areas along Lawrence, so we don't generally have kids crossing Lawrence Expressway, especially at the elementary level. Lawrence is the dividing line, so the kids on the Sunnyvale side are going to Sunnyvale, and the kids on the Santa Clara side are going up to Pomeroy or Sutter or something like that. So they're not going to be crossing in front of this location. All right, thank you very much. I hope you'll support this again.
Thank you, Jody. We have Charles Elliott. I hope I said the last name right.
You did. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much, City Council. Appreciate you listening in here. I know it's been a long night for you. I just want to, and maybe I'm naive here. I'm just looking at the cost of the initiative, and it seems a little high to me. Just setting aside the upfront cost, just the operating cost, 3.75 million annually for 30 families, that works out to about 125K per year per family. And you know, I don't know about you, but at least for me and my family, that's about what we're spending annually for pretty much everything. So I just wonder if maybe it would be more cost efficient to just give the people the money so that they can go out and do whatever they need to do with it and save the upfront cost. And it would have the the added benefit there if we run out of funding, you could shut down the program without without any additional blood being lost. So just my thought. It seems like maybe we could go about this a little bit more efficiently. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. All right, we have Basir. Hope I said the name right.
Hi, I live a mile away from this property, and I've attended several of these Zoom sessions, and by far this has been the best presentation on a homeless shelter solution. And you guys came very prepared with all kinds of questions and answers to questions, and I am a financially very prudent person, and so I kind of almost refer to myself as a CFO. And from what I heard, a lot of this funding has already been paid for, and it's not something that we taxpayers are necessarily responsible for, because this is coming from the county and from the state. So that's number one. Number two, creating housing for homeless people, as has mentioned several times in this meeting, solves the bigger problem of the costs that are unseen. And so all these people that are talking about upfront costs and this and that, you're not doing critical thinking on the future costs that this situation is solving ahead of time. Yes, it's a pricey, but we live in a very expensive area, and to be able to provide secure environment for people that are homeless solves, especially keeping families together. So I just wanted to say, for the people that did the presentation, you guys did an excellent job. You guys did a really good job of bringing the problem statement, and then what is the solution and how we're addressing it. So I want to say thank you so much for the effort that has gone. This has been one of the best organized presentations that I've seen from a city level. So thank you, and I support the project.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there any other member of the public that'd like to speak? Step on up. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Megan Fincher. I didn't plan to speak, but I just felt compelled. I did email you guys some comments, but I was born and raised in Santa Clara, and I'm thankful that I've never been homeless, but I do speak to homeless people around our city, and I know many individuals who need housing and case management. Specifically, there is a woman that I know that lives in her car. Her children go to school in Santa Clara Unified. They live with family members because she's homeless. She has tried to apply for housing support. That was over a year ago. I heard the waiting lists are 5 months, but she has not received support yet. I ran into her, I think 2 weeks ago, and she was having a really hard day because it's a struggle. She's working, she's trying to turn her life around, but something like this would mean so much. It could reunite her and her children, and I really hope that you guys can do more for the homeless in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there any other member of the public that would like to come up and speak that's either online? We have Usha, I hope I said your name right.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go for it.
Yeah, thank you. So I do really appreciate this project of, yes, we need to build interim housing for homeless. I'm worried about the location. It is on, and this is especially because it's for the low barrier people. So it's on the intersection of Lawrence and Benton, which is very risky. And also, I do not agree that it costs so much. That's why, from me, it is a no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no other members of the public speak, we will now go back to council. We have Councilmember Jane.
You need a motion to close public comment?
No, this isn't a public hearing.
All right. This construction costs, I believe, are $35 million. Of that, 22.5 will come from Homekey, 5 million will come from Life Moves, 2.64 will come from the county, and 5 million will come from the private donations. So it seems like for construction, not a dime will come from the city of Santa Clara for taxpayers that might be interested in that. The operational costs are $3.75 million a year, of which Santa Clara is putting in less than $1 million, so about a quarter of the operation costs are coming from the city of Santa Clara. There seemed to be some confusion about Bella Vista and this project. Bella Vista is a supportive permanent housing project. This is a supportive interim project. There are very different clienteles. Eventually, we want to move all the interims to permanent. One of the issues that I heard with the Mountain View project, Life Moves, was that there actually wasn't enough permanent housing to move people into. So you have a time limit of maybe 6 months that you're in this facility, and then you move into permanent. Unfortunately, it seems that some cases, people got moved onto the streets because there was no place to put them and they'd run out of time at Life Moves, probably because there were other people that were desperate to get into this facility. I wish that didn't happen. The other issue that I had heard about Life Moves, from Life Moves when this project was being considered, was that during a lot of the issues happened during COVID, and it was very difficult to find workers to come in to staff the facility when you have this population that is kind of susceptible to COVID, and you have workers having to come in. I mean, we all stayed home, but these workers had to go in, and it was very difficult to find workers. Of course, I'm fully supportive of this project. I think that it's financially, it's an incredible opportunity. Free land from the county, all the construction costs, 35 million, people say that's high, but it's what it is. It's modular construction. It's supposed to be the cheapest form of housing, but you're also providing offices for the people that are supporting it. And people say the operational costs are so high, 125,000, but you're paying for all of the counselors there. You're paying for addiction counselors, you're paying for mental health counselors, for job counselors. In Life Moves, they were getting three meals a day. And so presumably you're paying for that. So we have to stabilize these people. These are our residents, and Santa Clara residents get priority.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Jane. Are there any other members of the council that want to speak, ask questions, make a motion? Councilmember Park?
Yeah, so I want to also reiterate some of Councilmember Jane's issues. I mean, one of the reasons that the costs are so high is because we're not just paying for housing, we're paying for supportive services. I mean, this is one of the reasons why supportive services are so difficult to put in, because the costs are higher. But it's also one of the reasons why supportive services also needs to be managed really, really, really well. I mean, my concerns, and I hear what the people in the audience have said about mental health. Mental health is not a point in state, it's a range. And saying that putting mental health people or separating them, I actually look into mental health quite a bit. And it turns out different states require different, there is not a one-size-fits-all solution for even mental health. I hear that it doesn't raise crime, and I think that in general that's probably true. But in particular, I mean, we went to Life Moves in Mountain View. We asked questions. We visited Milpitas, which is a very different type of project. But I mean, it's hard to state in general it doesn't raise crime when in particular it did. I mean, these are the issues that people are dealing with. I think that if I were to talk to the county, I would say one of the things the county needs to do better is the county really needs to address the people's issues and keep the communication open. I mean, when people are asking questions and the response from the other side is nothing, then it does make people, it does tend to cause people to lose trust in the process. And to be honest, I was in the middle of a lot of this, which is I'm forwarding some of these messages, I'm reading the messages, I'm trying to answer some of them myself. And it's really disheartening even to me as a council member not to get responses. This is a general thing. But I'm also going to say that having shelters and having supportive shelters in the middle of residential is supposed to be like a vaccine. It's supposed to be a way that communities can be in support of the people in need, not have to go someplace, but because those people live in their communities and hopefully are welcomed in those communities as well. I hear the issues about Life Moves, and I have those same concerns because those are exactly the issues that I heard about, not from reading them in newspapers, not from people coming to me from on the street or people doing research that they work with sheltered people or homeless people or other projects. This input came directly from the people who stayed at the Life Moves facility in Mountain View. All right. I mean, that said, I mean, I still remember when the county did not answer questions. These are the concerns. I want a shelter here. We had talks about people, what people in the community preferred, and it was overwhelming. They said, if you could make this a family shelter, we would be supportive. And then you came to this chamber and gave us a very unconvincing story about how this would be maintained as a family shelter. I can read, and I have the notes here. I've been looking through them, going through these things. I did a lot of preparation for this meeting because I know this is going to be a somewhat contentious issue. But we were told that it would be prioritizing families, but it would be open for singles. We were told it would be low barrier, and I understand that low barrier, we have a lot of issues, but there's a very big difference between somebody who has, committed theft and somebody who has a violent crime. I mean, if we're trying to conflate all crimes as being the same, I think that these are the kinds of issues, these are the kinds of things that make the citizens very worried. When you're saying that a violent crime should be considered the same as a nonviolent crime, and then nonviolent crime, I agree with that. And I would think that something that is higher barrier than low barrier would also take these kinds of things into consideration. Right? I mean, I hear from Councilmember Jane that a lot of the issues happened during COVID, and I talked to these people quite a bit. I talked to some of the managers. In fact, at some point, the manager stopped talking to me. But it's vitally important when you can't find people, to staff your projects, that you try extra hard, because now, you know, every time you look, it's it's funny. The question is, when you look in the refrigerator looking for something to eat and you don't find something, you close the refrigerator, then you come back 5 minutes later and you're looking for something to eat again, right? What are you doing? And the short answer is, you know what's in there, but every time you look and you can't find something, what's happening is you're lowering your standards until finally something is acceptable to you, and that's not how we should be treating staff for a supportive shelter. I mean, I know the issues. I mean, Melissa Jardine, I mentioned her before. Christopher said nearly all of us is one emergency away from being homeless ourselves. And this is the thing that sticks in my mind, right? And I would hope that people understand that this is important to everyone. Like, I think a lot of people are worried about this, not exactly in this way, but everyone is thinking that we need to help these people because they were just like us, or they could be just like us, right? We're supposed to be using these things. I am very supportive of helping families. I was not supportive of helping families putting congregating children in a place where we were not going to put in good controls, where it was going to be low barrier. I mean, the reason I heard at the time, and I have it right here, is it was supposed to be so that people without documentation, people that needed help, could come. And I think, why don't we just state that? Right, but when you told me that we're going to keep it low barrier and there would be no changes, and I asked, well, what about the fact that you've got Megan's Law, and what about the fact that you've got, then they said, okay, well, yes, we will make changes for that. I don't think that it was very well thought through. And when you give answers like this, it doesn't really build trust in the community, right? I hear other concerns. The other concerns are, well, this is for the first 5 years. What if in the future somebody decides that we no longer want to support this as an interim shelter for families, and we decide to change the use or sell it off or do something like this? I mean, these are the concerns of the people who are going to be here not for 1 or 2 years. These are the concerns of people who intend to live, you know, their lives in the houses that they've purchased, right? And when we conflate, you know, all mental health is the same, crimes are the same, when we don't acknowledge that, well, there have been increases in crime. When we don't acknowledge the realities, then it makes the people who are complaining feel like they're being ignored. And I think that that's the biggest problem that I have with this. I mean, shelter is not the only problem in this valley. Actually, I'm not going to go there. I'm going to say this. Like, I just want to hear, this will be for families, not prioritized for families. This will be for families. It will be 100% prioritized. If we prioritize anybody, it's prioritizing Santa Clara residents. And I'm looking at the report. We've got 90 households, more than enough to fill this 3 times over in Santa Clara. Right? I mean, that's what I hear. I don't know if you've got a statement. You can.
Sure, Rena, go ahead and clarify that for Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so Councilmember Park, the application submitted to HCD, the terms that the city has is that this is interim housing for families, not if there are empty beds available, they can make them available for residents. It is specifically for families. That is the conditions of our funding. That is the application to HCD. So I just wanted to clarify that.
And I'll just reiterate, at that May second meeting in 2023 and the prior meeting, there was a lot of talk from the community about this potentially being a individual interim housing facility. And the city, I think, correctly recognized that if we wanted it to be families, we really needed some contribution to the project, and the city stipulated its funding based on it being a family facility. And so that certainly is reflective in the HCD application and will be reflective in, if you do confirm the prior vote, and the project is funded when we bring the agreements back to you, confirming.
Because I want to make sure that's in there, because my memory and my notes don't fully support what you say, but I'm hoping, and I know that we're going to have to put it in the motion, that this is true. But
Member Park, if I might add to that, just to emphasize that point, the fact that we're funding it is important because it actually gives us the opportunity to create local control. And in every document I've seen that we've signed so far, and in the draft document that I've prepared, so far, that ultimately, that in the end, you will have an opportunity to approve. The family service is a requirement of operations, and not only is it a state requirement, it is a local city requirement. So city approval would be necessary in order to change that, for any reason. It's a specific requirement. We've actually even proposed it be a covenant recorded, with respect to the property. All of those things are under negotiation with the county, but we couldn't be more clear about that. Even if the state were to change, something, I think someone had mentioned, what their requirement was, or a waiver requirement, your local requirement with the approval of this agreement would still be in place, for that. So I just wanted to emphasize that point, that the agreement that comes back to you will be the test of that. It needs to obviously satisfy, all of your concerns and interests on that point.
okay, so I hear that there will be specifics in agreement that comes forward if we pass this. So I'm looking very, forward to that. I want to be very clear. Well, there's so many other issues, why is everything happening in Santa Clara? I've been told, explicitly told by the county, that this county was looking only in places like Sunnyvale and Santa Clara. In fact, I think we were told that other cities paid money to not have. They paid money into homelessness funds so that their cities wouldn't be considered for projects like this. These are also very concerning to me. I think that if it's true that isolating communities, isolating people is bad, I think that we should have things everywhere. We shouldn't have gentrification even for unsheltered people. That said, we need projects like this, right? And I know people are going to disagree, but listen, I'm not here to push one side or the other. I'm here to look at both sides. I'm here to look at the projects. There's no such thing as a perfect project, even if it's for unhoused people. And if we're not going to look at the warts, if we're not going to look at the problems in the projects before us and try to fix them, if we're not going to look at the issues, the concerns we have and try to address them, then simply saying that we want shelter for people isn't doing anyone any favors. We need to take this seriously. And for all the people who think I'm against housing, no, I take this much more seriously than people who are simply going to say yes or simply going to say no. So, as Ashish said, in order for a project like this to be successful, if it's going to be for families, then we need to have families getting involved. I would love to see families that are supportive of unsheltered people that are coming in, families that are coming in. We need to as Ashish said, we need to be part of the committees that oversee this to ensure that we get good service. If something goes wrong, I want to know if there's an issue, if a child gets hurt, if somebody in the area that's not at the shelter gets hurt, I want to be very clear that we can do something. We can do something about this, do an investigation, and we're not going to have to go through the county. We should be able to do our own investigations. We should be able to be responsible to the people who we are talking for to do this. right? Again, there is no such thing as a perfect project. And for people to come in and say, well, these are the perfect reasons why we should do this, well, I don't quite agree with that. I've done a lot of research in this. I've talked to a lot of people. I've talked to more people unhoused in the last 2 years, than I think most people have in their entire lives. I talk to every single person that's unhoused that I see, every single person. And to their credit, there's only a small handful, maybe 2, that I did not feel safe to talk to, right? There were also some that were kind of drunk, but I didn't feel unsafe. I just didn't think it'd be worthwhile, but I gave them my card anyway. I've had a number of people call me back, very small compared to, I've literally given away almost 1,000 business cards, mostly to unhoused people, not just in Santa Clara, everywhere I go. And I've had conversations with them. I don't just think I know what they're saying. But I want to be very clear that if we approve this, if we look to going forward with this, I want to make sure that the county, the city, especially the city, because that's something we have control of, is going to be responsive to the people, responsible and responsive to the people. I want to make sure, and I think that Paul Simpson, I believe, the CFO of Life Moves, is on the line. Like, I want to know that the people that you're going to get are going to be high-quality people. These aren't people that are getting 75% of a high school wage, of a wage that requires a high school degree. It's going to be a wage that brings in people who know how to manage a facility with families in it. I want to be sure that if we have security, like 1 or 2 people to manage 24/7, I kind of agree that is very run optimistic. You're assuming that nothing bad will happen. Or maybe that if something bad does happen, that you're going to call in Santa Clara Police. I think we have a little bit of time to see what those plans will be. But we need to make sure that all of these things are covered, right? Again, I'm not worried about the costs as much. I've looked at this, and for anyone that believes me, you have to understand, we are getting a chance to implement something that without the Homekey, without this opportunity that the county is bringing forward, we may not get. Are there a lot of problems with this? Contrary to what a lot of people say, yes, there are lots of concerns with this. There are lots of things that we need to make sure happen really well. Yeah, this is normal for me, because again, no apologies. Like, I would prefer if I didn't have to talk a lot either.
Okay.
Understood.
You guys. Okay, you guys. Thank you.
Okay, because I know what people have been saying. I've tried to reach out to some of you, and some of you haven't responded to me. But, again, I am very serious about my support for unsheltered people, for people who are unhoused. At the same time, my concerns, are not going to be allayed by promises. I'm an engineer. At some point, I want to make sure that the things that we put in place, that we have some accountability here. And I'd like to start with Life Moves. I mean, Life Moves has a lot of problems, and I would like Life Moves to address some of the things that we've heard tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Park. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I've listened to everything. I've read everything I could, and I feel very strongly that all we're being asked to do tonight is to reiterate the funding that we have already put forward for this. And I think we need to focus on that, and that we have wonderful city staff that will help us as we work through some of the details. And it's very clear that if we do not put forth some of the funds that we can use for this purpose, that we will have no skin in the game. So I will make a motion to accept staff's recommendation to approve the 2024-25 budget amendment for the City Affordable Housing Fund, and to allocate the remaining balance of the PLHA funds.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Hardy, a second by Councilmember Jane. I do have Councilmember Watanabe. Go for it.
Thank you. These are the perfect reasons we should do this. And there are actually quite a few. And I would say one of the biggest is that in the realm of children especially, one of the biggest issues of concern amongst children these days is mental health. And I can only imagine that if a child is unhoused, living in an RV, living in a car, that the child has been impacted. And to have this project come forward that is specifically for family housing is an opportunity to address some of those needs, especially if there are on-site services that will be available to help families, especially children. I think what's especially important too is that the agreements, I mean, like Councilmember Hardy just said, we are just reiterating the money that was appropriated last year in the budget. We're carrying it over. We're adding some, we're allocating additional funds. That's what we're doing here tonight. But when it comes to the agreements that are going to be coming back, the council at that point will be reviewing them, making decisions. But more importantly, there will be an opportunity for the public, for there to be public input. And because I hear some concerns here tonight, but the important thing is that there is still an opportunity for input and especially to hear from the public. Supervisor Ellenberg expressed that the county and her office specifically will be very much engaged if there are any issues that come up. And I would imagine that that Life Moves, the county, this is an opportunity to work with the school district in terms of making sure that any Santa Clara Unified families that may have housing needs, that they will be the right folks to talk to find out how any families in the district that are in need of housing and work with the school district. I think that would be a great opportunity. And then finally, there was a lot of discussion about our concern about the development and the cost. And we hear all the time that labor costs, material costs have gotten very expensive, which has been caused developers to be prohibitive in what they can accomplish, and because they may have had goals to build something very expansive, but because of these costs have had to cut back. And it's unfortunate, but even affordable housing is impacted by that as well. So I appreciate that, with $35 million, that there will be 30 secure units of housing that are going to be available to families in Santa Clara. And, the state has mandated, removing people off the streets. I hear lots of complaints about people living in RVs, living in their cars. This is an opportunity to treat people with dignity and respect and provide ways to give them the comfort, the security that they need to live productive lives and be able to move on with their lives. It sounds like Life Moves, with the data that they shared tonight, they've had great success with just interim housing as well as going on to permanent housing. So I like what I hear tonight. I will be supporting the motion and look forward to seeing this project open up in 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So this is a problem which doesn't have a perfect solution, basically. The concentration of economic activity at one particular place is causing these issues, basically. As a policy matter, as a broader policy, whether the state or nation, we have to find solutions to such problem that we spread the economic activity. Like there is a vast land in the United States. Why is it that we are concentrating everything in Bay Area or where the cost of living is so high? And same thing is other main concentrated areas, basically. as a broader aspect, if you really want to solve this problem, the politicians at the national and state level should be expanding the economic activity to regions which are less costly, right? Like, why do people have to commute from Tracy over here every day, spend 2 hours in a car, and going back 2 hours in 4 hours of a quality life on that? Can't our social responsible corporations have offices in Tracy over there? Can't our politicians at a higher level give some incentives to spread this economic activity to different levels so that we don't face this problem? So that's the crux of the problem. Like, it's not a problem we are trying to, we will solve this problem by providing 30 family shelters, basically. But same thing is with the problem we are facing in the society about car break-ins, about thefts, about these things. You go to some of these countries like Japan or other things, the basic foundation of the society is such, they don't even ever hear about these things. So there's something is going on wrong, which we need to fix. We need to look at the basic issues of these things. And sometimes it really feel bad, like we are the #1 country in the world, and we are facing some of these issues as one of the worst issues we are facing with our residents, basically. And not only us, like you go to Europe, there are tourist places which are having protests because the cost of housing has gone up, cost of living has gone up because of the tourist influx into those places, and they're protesting into it. So this is a global or national issues we are trying to solve over here. But when we come back to the city, over here, our problem on this particular project, I just want to touch base, like, let me go broader, like in our package, we had a Pacific Research Institute findings on that. Like, I don't know how valid that report is, but I'll quote some of those. Like, City of San Francisco spent $1.1 billion, 1.1 billion, and it's almost the same size of Jacksonville in Florida. And their whole budget is $1 billion. And they spent $1.1 billion only on housing issues, basically. So we need to look at the reasons, what is working, what's not working, basically. $260 a night for interim housing for people in San Francisco per night, they're spending that much. So some things are not working. We need to look at how we can make it work, basically. And coming back to our own situation over here, I'm not happy with the past experience of Life Movers. That's one of the reasons I asked that question, have they improved in their operations or not? And I was just looking at some of the reports submitted by Mr. Tom, very recent reports, they have not improved. And that's one of my concerns, basically. Like, if an operational management entity, which has a financial stakes in this one. That's why they're putting their money into it. That's why they're getting $3.5 million every year. We have to put some checks and balances on them. Like, how can we make sure we have adequate checks and balances if something goes wrong? We as a city, when we are investing our $7 million, what teeth we have in our operation to control that, basically. And in collaboration with the county, basically. We, as a partner, we would like to see that, like, if things are not going well, what action are we going to take? What action are we going to tell these 5,000 residents who submitted their comments for or against? I think it was mentioned 80% submitted against that. What can we as elected officials tell them? That, hey, this thing was pointed out and this thing is happening over here. How can we fix it? What remedial steps we took about it? So how can we make this type of project better, basically? That's my only point. Like, I know we are investing into it and we are talking about that we will be sending a detailed letter, what condition we will put into this thing. But those are the conditions I want to put into this thing. If Life Move has some issues, if they find some problematic elements within the 30 families, what action they are going to take. How is the Citizen Advisory Committee being involved into decision making? The decision should not take months and months to take. Like what the Citizen Advisory Committee would like to, Neighborhood Committee would like to see that action is taken as fast as possible so that it doesn't disturb the 30 families we are trying to host, and it doesn't disturb the surrounding families, which will be part and parcel of this surrounding area, basically. So these are the things we need to discuss. And staff has mentioned that they are ready to listen to these things if this budget approval is done, and they're ready to put all these conditions. But my counter question to county is, these are the conditions we are trying to put into it. Are you agreeable to these conditions when we put these things into the proposal, basically? Because if we approve the budget today, you get the financial support on the project, but we are still to give you those conditions, basically, into it. So what would be the how would county decide, oh, no, we don't agree to your oversight on the life moves. We only have the authority to oversight on the life moves. Oh, you don't have authority to evacuate any element which is creating disturbance or any element which is creating disturbance within the community. No, you cannot do that. We are the only person. So I want to hear those comments from the county, basically. And other thing is, one basic question, I know Councilmember Park did touch it, low barrier. So I want to ask you a question. What is low barrier and high barrier? Like, where do we stand on that, basically? How do you differentiate between low barrier and high barrier? And if there is a high barrier and low barrier, why can't we implement high barrier on this project, basically? That's my question to county, counter question to them. And we all, like, I see all the green shirts, the housing advocates over here. I see some residents over here who want to make this happen. But we want to make it happen in a way that it does not impact the 5,000 residents who signed this application, who also want to make this project as a beneficial to not only to these 30 families, but overall to the city of Santa Clara. So I want to see those comments from the county authorities, basically, and we'll go from there.
Is it okay if I'm going to ask the county to answer?
Yes, please. You are a team member
I
here.
did realize that after public comment, there wasn't an opportunity to answer some of those questions, and I just feel like the council could benefit from some of the answers regarding the questions that were raised, and maybe that would provide some closure on some of those outstanding topics. Wanted to state that there are 24 full-time staff that will be hired for this project. If you remember, there are 54 parking spaces, 30 are for the residents, 24 for the full-time staff. There are also going to be, not including those 24 staff, behavioral health resources that are also made available to those participants of the interim housing project. In terms of consequences, absolutely any threats or violent behavior is immediate discharge from the facility. That's been explicitly articulated for us. Bella Vista on El Camino Real is a interim housing facility today. In about a year, it's going to transition to permanent supportive housing. Today, it has an average fill rate of 90%. So there are 2 units that are currently being repaired, so those are not being filled. In terms of finances, this is a big, expensive project. People have acknowledged that. I think all the support and the 24 staff that are affiliated with this project contribute to the costs. It's not really comparable to just even a regular affordable housing project, but I think many of the council understand this. And regarding what happens if there is an interest to change this to interim housing in the future, from interim housing in the future, for at least 15 years, that is the agreement with HCD. And so after 15 years, I think we would need to look at this a little more closely, but if it's not subject anymore to the rules that brought the interim housing project forward, which are state rules around being in conformance to city land use and general plan, there may be also the ability for the city, I would imagine, to regulate it from a land use standpoint, but not entirely sure on that. But I just wanted to say that after 15 years, if it was considered, there probably would be some sort of city process, as I would understand it. And then in terms of, there was one staff member that has the word security associated with their title, but it was made clear to me that actually multiple staff handle security. It's not, they just don't have the title of security, but they handle site-wide security. So lots of staff present, many of which are, or some of which I should say, are 24/7. And then I think a question was about the nature of low barrier and high barrier, and I'll let the county respond to the nuances of that. I think they're important. I do think that the fact that it was low barrier, that it's a housing first solution to provide wraparound support for people, that was an important part of the HCD application. So I'll let the county explain low barrier versus high barrier, but it was presented as low barrier to HCD.
Thank you again, KJ Kaminsky with the Office of Supportive Housing. So just maybe first a clarification. There are not levels of like designations, low barrier, high barrier, medium barrier, et cetera. What low barrier signifies is an alignment with housing first principles and the concept that every individual and family is accepted into housing, and it does not mean that there are not rules that they must follow in order to be part of that project. High barrier can be things that require specific documentation for entry, that require specific income levels for entry. Those are the types of things that we see that would make something that create barriers for people entering into temporary or permanent housing. So low barrier means we are reducing those barriers so that people are able to access the housing they need and begin to work on all the underlying issues that may have put them at risk of homelessness in the first place or caused their homelessness. And on the second question, I think that was for the county in terms of working together. You know, the agreement, again, the terms of the agreement are still underway, but I did want to mention we have worked with cities in this model of jointly funding programs in the past, and we'll continue to work with the city of Santa Clara should this project move forward, so that both our staff are working together and making sure getting the information they need and ensuring the project is a success and that you have adequate information to know how the project is doing as well.
Thank you. What do you want to say?
I had all these points, but I forgot to mention the one that also came up about what are the staff going to be paid. So the rates that I received they will be paid, these 24 full-time staff, between $20 to $53 an hour, depending on their skills and their unique, positions.
Thank you. And quick comment on that, like I know county mentioned that we will be making rules to be made for this particular housing. I would highly recommend that, of course, the staff will be involved over here, but I would request staff also to be involved, the local residents within the vicinity of this project, basically, so that we hear them, and if they have any good feedback about these rules, that should be implemented. And I would say from day one, we should have a citizen advisory committee, which is actively play a role into good good neighbor sort of a situation, and if they point out something, we all, the city, the county, and all the stakeholders on this one should be ready to look into those things and take immediate action for that matter. And that is the only way I think we can make this project palatable to these neighbors, basically. And not only that, like if we are able to make this project successful with all these checks and balances, it will send a basically feeler to other neighborhoods that, hey, this is a prime example how this project with the collaboration of the city, county, and the residents have come out to be a very superb project, basically. And I understand that cities putting in $7 million, but we have to have our full return on that, because if we are giving money and we have a stakes into it, we have to make sure we are able to negotiate our own terms on behalf of our residents. And if we don't participate, I know county has the full right to decide what they want to do with this site because they own the site. But as we are putting our own equity into it, basically, whether it's only for operational, but I still think it's an equity into the project, so we should have a good role to play into this, and county has to understand that, yeah, they are very biggest stakeholders, although our investment may be less than what county and the HCD is putting, but it's happening in our backyard, basically. It's happening in our city, so we are the biggest stakeholders. So I know I initially did not support this project, but I'll be with those conditions, and I think I gave a lot of those conditions. If we can implement this thing and make this project superb going forward, I'll be supporting this budget amendment, basically. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so I make it relatively short. But while it's true that we're affirming a budget action a budget decision from the past, with the amendments that we're making, we are essentially voting on moving forward with this project. So to couch it as, oh, this is just a procedural thing is not exactly true. And I actually resent that implication. I mean, I would like assurances, maybe not at this meeting, on how the county is spreading the resources for people unhoused throughout the county and all the cities in the county. Like, people are hearing, and they were actually told this by county officials, that it's not happening, that specific cities like Santa Clara are being targeted for housing projects. And this is something that's deeply concerning, not just to me, but to residents. And at some point, when the residents ask questions about this, I would expect that there are answers to this. Citizens Advisory Committee, I think that there should be student representatives. I think there should be student representatives, student groups, maybe at every level. And if that requires that we have some support for that, at least we will get the amount of support that's required to keep the student group safe. And I think that that's something that we really need to do. I'm also going to suggest that whether you're for this project or not, you want to be on that Citizens Advisory Committee. Like, you're going to want to be on that. And if Life Moves is online, I'd like to hear from them. Like I said, I think I heard that Paul Simpson, CFO of Life Moves, is here. I've heard that we're getting some staff. I'm hearing they're being paid between $20 and $53 per hour. It'd be kind of interesting to see who's getting the 20. And I'd like to know how many people, minimum, are going to be there 24/7. Like, I know that in the future, I think I've been told by city staff that we will help come up with a plan, and it will have to be vetted by council. But again, these are very serious concerns. It's not just another project. And if it's done well, I think this could be, as another person mentioned, a model project that other projects could pattern themselves on. And I would like to have a project like that. Again, how would Life Moves like to address the issues brought up by by members of the public on other Life Moves sites. I would like to hear that.
Yeah, Paul has been online and he's been providing answers. He does have a new baby and he's been managing that while also listening and responding to texts. So I don't think he's able to get online, it sounds like right now.
Disappointing.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Park. Councilmember Jane, you had another question or comment?
Yeah, maybe someone can confirm this. My recollection was the 5,000 signatures that we got were for the singles project, the 90 units. And after asking the residents what they wanted, a number of them said they would be fine with the families. Is that a correct recollection of what happened?
I think we would need to check that. I do remember that the petition was submitted earlier in the process and the project evolved, but I don't actually have that, Councilmember Jane, like the actual whether the petition was against the family project or not.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Jane. Councilmember Park, your hand's up again.
Yeah, I just wanted to address that because I did talk to the residents. In fact, talking to the residents is one of the reasons we went to the county to suggest going to families. And this is one of the things where I feel that clarity from the county side would have helped this project quite a bit. I'm really disappointed that we even have this contention, but if the county had stated very clearly, very succinctly, that this was going to be a county for families only, not prioritized for families, and I see exactly here where it says prioritized for families and open to singles. If they had clarified that some time ago, I could have been much more supportive of this project. I mean, I did talk to, even earlier today, I talked to residents about this project. And I think that I told them, if we can get families in, if we can make sure that we have families, that this is not just prioritized, but focused on families, then I would generally be supportive of this project. And my concerns on future things, those are going to be my concerns on every single project that comes forward. And I'm hoping that we can address those in the future, which is why I'm not necessarily asking for a conclusion now. But again, my view is we need projects like this. And to be honest, this is something that I would love to also have an opportunity to volunteer at myself, right? And this is something that I would like to do so that my children, my daughter, learns what it means to be supportive of the community, right? And again, I've seen so many bad things said about people, and they really haven't been listening. I think this time, you know, I'm generally going to be supportive of this. I'm a little disappointed that Life Moves is not going to talk about the issues that have been plaguing them for the last 2 years. I'm really disappointed that they haven't set somebody up to address those, especially since it looks like some new issues have come up since 2 years ago. But I will state to this council and to the people that I would like to see a family shelter. How good that shelter is really going to be up to us. And I think that if we're going to spend money, we should spend money and we should leverage the money that's coming in through the county, through the state, through all these other things. And I'll also say that if we have problems, then I'll make sure that, to the best of my ability, that we address those problems. And if you think I talk long now, wait till we have problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Park. Okay, so my quick nutshell. You know, when I hear people talk about the cost of this project, you know, it is because of how expensive it is to live around here. The cost of living is so skyrocketed that, you know, I think about it more and more, and I probably said it a few times the last week, which is we live in the most liberal region of the entire country, yet we still struggle on putting people into housing. I thought as a very liberal-minded person in a very liberal-minded area that we would be focused on helping people get into housing. And what's sad is I hear more and more people say, oh, I want to help, but not in my neighborhood, or not over there, or not over there. Where then? I heard someone say, let's put it over in North Side on the golf course, which is where Related's supposed to be, but let's put it in all these other different areas. And at the end of the day, it's like we're just kicking the can down the road like prior councils, prior governments, and everything else before. And I'm really glad that Councilmember Chahal brought that up about our feds, our state, need to do more. Just not passing the buck or virtue signaling. We need to do more about what we want to do. When he mentioned about people driving from Tracy, that's 100% true. 3 hours in the car a day, each direction. What kind of quality of life is that? You go back 1983, the housing crisis was happening all the way back then when my parents, middle class, couldn't even afford to buy a home here. They had to go out in the valley and buy a home in Los Banos, and guess what? They commuted for 20 years. What kind of quality of life is that? So when we have opportunities in front of us to do something that's going to help people that are less fortunate than ourselves, I mean, frankly, as a council member, many of us think that we make a lot of money. No, we don't. We're part-time. And if this is our only job, we only make $24,000 a year. Guess what that's called? Poverty. That's poverty. And you have elected officials here who are living in poverty, living in this valley. And I want to make a difference. I really want to make a difference. And I hear a lot of what my council colleagues say. I hear what the residents are saying. I agree with you on a lot of these concerns. For example, like I see the site coordinator, on-site security employee. There's going to be one. That's one security designated employee for 24 hours. But I heard that it's moved around, I guess, a different separation, I guess, or it's alternated. I just hope that there's a little more tender loving care on that, of having good on-site security, someone that can address situations and contact the authorities if it need be. I heard about nearest grocery store is, this perfect location because it's near a grocery store. 7-Eleven is across the street. I don't go to 7-Eleven to purchase things because it's too expensive. If you want a grocery store, the nearest one is on Lucky's down the road on El Camino, and then there's another one down the street, I think it's an Asian market, on Homestead. But my question for that is, for the county also, is if we're talking about throwing things in here and maybe emphasizing, so when you come back, is you need to have a shuttle available for people to move their groceries. Because when I didn't have a car for 9 months, do you know how hard it was to go to the grocery store? How hard it was to bring items home when you live more than half a mile from the grocery store? It's difficult, very difficult. And if you want to use Uber, it's way more expensive to use Uber to transport your groceries. So that's one big suggestion I have for the county in providing some sort of transportation shuttles for families or parents to take them to the grocery store. Because think about it, if you have kids and you have to bring them to the grocery store with you, you're going to want some sort of transportation. It comes down to, when we talk about cost and what you pay your employees, I hope life moves, you pay your employees top dollar, because, this is quality of life not only for your citizens, but for the neighbors and your constituents. So I hope that you will put that into your tender loving care methods as well. But in the end, when I hear, when I had my own aunt, got a call about a few months ago that she was face down on the street. She was out there for years. We didn't even know she was alive. We didn't hear from her since before the pandemic. To hear that kind of information and seeing that we have a problem and then hearing what she went through, the process wasn't good. I agree with Councilmember Park and Chahal. There is a lot of issues. Things that happen in Milpitas and Mountain View, yes, there are problems, but Santa Clara could probably be different. There's things that we learn from a process. So seeing how this has gone and seeing that this is a formality and that we will probably have longer discussions about this in the future, I highly encourage whoever's for this project or against this project, be involved in being part of that CAC. Be a part of it. Be a part of that community advocacy group. Because if your voice isn't heard in those, then your voice is never heard. We hear you here tonight, and we have to balance this. As elected officials, we have to balance this in our community. And the fact that it's going to go to Santa Clarans first as a priority, that sells me, because it's helping our own community. And then one thing I do say to a lot of people out there who are really against this, put yourself in the shoes of somebody who is living in a motorhome right now, with 2 children. How do you do it? When I heard the comment about someone living in a situation like that, they're living in their car, and the poor lady was trying not to break up when she was talking about this. But it is hard to hear that, where she has to have her children live somewhere else just so she can try to get on her feet. There is no independence when you're constantly on dependency. And I think this is a step to independence. It is getting you on the right track. And if I am wrong, I will eat crow in years from now that I was wrong about this. But in the end, there's a TV series. I suggest every single one of you watch it. It's on HBO years ago. It's called Show Me a Hero. And it was about putting housing into neighborhoods, Yonkers, which didn't really want the housing in their neighborhoods. They had to put it there because the court mandated it to put it there. And since they did that, it made a better situation for everybody in that community. And I applaud Yonkers for doing that. It created a lot of problems. And what's funny is the guy who was the mayor in the city was fighting against that housing project. And then as soon as he became elected, he had a real realization that, oh my God, I actually have to support this project now because of what the state and the courts have said. So I appreciate staff. I appreciate the county for all the work they've done. We have to complete this together, and we have to work together on this, and we're all in together on this. So I just hope that those who are against don't take offense to this. Take this as a stepping stone to be more involved and to help making sure that this project works out for the best, because I want it to work out for the best. And the fact that we've already put the money aside for this, we've earmarked this, and I appreciate, again, appreciate the city manager for clarifying that this was already earmarked in the past, and this is just follow-up. And the real business will come up when we have a further discussion later on. So I thank everybody here tonight, thank my council colleagues, and I have Councilmember Watanabe here. Would you like to say something?
Yeah, just quick comment. I just looked up Silicon Valley Hopper, and it actually services the area right by Benton. So hopefully that will be a source of transportation for folks, affordable transportation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. All right, well, seeing no other council members, I'm going to call for the question now. There's a motion on the floor by Councilmember Hardy and seconded by Councilmember Jane. And when you're ready, you guys will cast your votes. Everyone cast their votes? Cast yours?
Councilmember Park?
Councilmember Park? And that passes 6-0 for those who are present. Thank you, everybody who came tonight. Please hold off on the applause. I'm going to ask that we take a 10-minute break. Okay, we're going to start the meeting back up again. We're going to now move on to item number 2, which is action on resolutions establishing the average per acre land values, occupant density figures, and park development costs to be used in setting the parkland in lieu fees for new residential development and amending the fiscal year 2024-25 municipal fee schedule, updating parkland in lieu fees accordingly. City Manager, will you?
Sure. Thank you, Vice Mayor and Chair Becker, council members, members of the public. This is our second item for tonight's special meeting. You have a pretty packed business calendar, so thank you again for holding this special meeting. This item includes the consideration of 2 resolutions. The first will establish the average per acre land values, occupancy density figures, and park development costs to be used in setting the parkland in lieu fees for residential development. A second resolution will amend the FY 24-25 municipal fee schedule, that's for this current fiscal year, to account for the updated park in lieu fees that will also be required. The annual review process, as you may know, calls for a 2-week noticing period to solicit community feedback prior to presentation to the Parks and Recreation Commission for its recommendation to you as a city council. That comment period took place from October 1 through October 15th. During that time, 0 comments were received. The Parks and Rec Commission met just last week on October 21st to hear the item, and they recommended approval to the proposed changes that staff outlined and that are before you tonight in the staff report. Consequently, staff is here tonight to provide the City Council with an overview of the updated values and seek your action on the 2 required resolutions. With that, tonight's presentation will be presented by Assistant or Acting Community, I can't get anything right, Acting Community, Acting Park and Recreation Director Cynthia Bojorquez, who also serves as an Assistant City Manager during her regular time. It is late and I apologize. Cynthia, thank you.
Thank you. I'll try and make this quick for everybody. I'm going to talk a little bit about 5 different components, give you some background information, talk about the fee components, how the changes that are in the memo will be applied, a little bit about fee implementation, and then the recommendations. So by way of background, City Code Chapter 17.35, Park and Recreational Land, requires new residential developments to provide developed park and recreational land and/or pay an in lieu fee of developed parkland dedication pursuant to the Quimby Act and/or the Mitigation Act. And just as a reminder, Quimby Act applies to subdivisions for sale properties, and Mitigation Fee Act applies to non-subdivisions or rental developments. Parkland dedication and lieu fees are to be reviewed annually, and in recent years have been brought forward during the municipal fee schedule discussion. This year's review of in lieu fees was delayed due to workload issues, as well as a desire to update the housing density information with the latest U.S. Census Bureau information in accordance with the Park and Recreation Land Ordinance. The latest U.S. Census data was issued in September, so just about a month ago, and has been incorporated into this report. There are 3 primary components upon which in lieu fees are calculated as follows. The average cost to purchase land for parks in Santa Clara is determined by an annual land evaluation appraisal. We did have our consultant on the line, but he has since dropped off. So if you have questions about the appraisal, we'll just have to take those questions and answer it later. The average cost per capita to develop the land into a usable park facility based on the 2019 Park and Recreation Facility Condition Assessment indexed to the Department of General Services California Construction Cost Index, and the cost to administer the program, including the review of residential development plans for compliance with the ordinance, which is currently set at 2%. On this slide, we do the land appraisal by zip code. So for the 3 zip codes in Santa Clara, you'll see a little bit of a history on this slide. You'll see that for this year, first column on the left, the values have actually gone down in 2 of the 3 zip codes, and there's only been a modest amount of growth in the 3rd. The next point of information I wanted to share with you is that Chapter 17.35 defines average density as the average number of persons per household as established by City Council in accordance with the most recent federal census data. As I mentioned, new census data became available in September 2024, which lowers the average occupancy density of housing units as follows. So for single family, we went from 2.98 to 2.84, and for multifamily from 2.40 to 1.92. This will become a significant factor as we get to the fees, and you'll see how that plays out as we go along. Next slide, please. The cost to construct park improvements is the second element, and it's based on the average cost per capita for the city's existing park system improvements and recovers no more than 100% of the actual cost to develop new park assets and features to serve new residents at the same standard as existing residents. Resolution 239220 sets the annual changes in park improvement value to correspond to changes, whether it's an increase or a decrease, to the California Construction Cost Index. You approved that a couple of years ago. The current improvement cost is $3,818. The 2023 CCI value is an increase of 9.4%. And so in accordance with Resolution 239220, the park improvement cost for 24-25 would be an increase to $4,177. As I mentioned, the final component is the total fee, which includes a 2% administrative charge to fund costs that include legal, accounting, and other administrative support costs, as well as impact fee program administrative costs, including revenue collection, revenue and cost accounting, mandated public reporting, and fee justification analysis. So all of our reports that we have done, the appraisals come out of this 2%. So the results of the changes and the information of the data that I just shared with you is use of the updated census information combined with the lower appraisal values will result in decreases in every area of the city in the 3 zip codes. Staff intends to monitor the impact of this change and will work with the Parks and Rec Commission and other stakeholders to evaluate best practice information to ensure that the city's parkland goals continue to be met going forward. This is the first time we've seen this kind of change, and so we want to monitor and see, is it just a tweak, or do we need to reevaluate the methodology? So for this next coming year, we'll continue to look at that. So how are these changes applied? So what we wanted to do is, I won't go through all of this line by line item, but this is the question that we get asked most often, is how do we calculate, how do we apply it to our worksheet? So we have a worksheet for each of the zip codes, and you'll see the different information. So you'll see the appraisal value, sorry. Apologize. You'll see the standard park acres per thousand, the total cost per thousand, and cost per capita, and then you'll see that whether it's a single family or multifamily. So we have in your packet attached to this RTC how it would play out for each of the zip codes, so you can see that. Again, we wanted to have full transparency to whoever was looking at this, so they can see how we go about calculating the fees. So the end result is these are the proposed fees by zip code, and you'll see, again, you'll see the changes primarily mostly in the multifamily, and the reason for this, again, goes back to the significant change in density factor. State law requires a proposed resolution to be drafted to provide the required findings of MFA and Quimby, so you have that in the proposed resolution that's attached. Development impact fees based on MFA can take effect 60 days after the adoption, so 60 days from tonight if you choose to adopt it. However, fees from Quimby Act can go into effect immediately. This is important because we do have some projects that are waiting to get approval and to get the benefit of the lower fees. Implementation of the new fees will also require a resolution to amend the existing 24-25 municipal fee schedule in order to modify the current fees that are in the current municipal fee schedule. So it is the recommendation of the Parks and Rec Commission that the City Council adopt a resolution in accordance with Santa Clara City Code Chapter 17.35, establishing the average per acre land values, occupant density figures, and park development costs to be used in setting of parkland in lieu fees for new residential development, and 2, to adopt a resolution to amend the FY 24-25 municipal fee schedule to modify the parkland dedicated in lieu fees accordingly. With that, Gina Saporito, the staff analyst for the program, is also here with me if you have any questions.
Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you, Gina. Do we have any questions for either of them? Councilmember Jane.
You go to slide 8. Yeah, so the third bullet, the current park improvement cost is $3,800. What is that? Is that like if we had to buy an acre of land, it would cost us $5 million an acre, and then it would cost $3,800 to put grass on there, or what is that?
These are actually the park improvement costs, not the land costs. So
No,
for
no,
the
I understand, but if you want to put grass on it, is that $3,800 an acre? I'm just trying to understand. There's no units on that number. Is that per acre, or is that?
Yeah, it's per capita. So maybe if you go back to,
Costs $3,800 per person to add grass and structures?
if we go to the worksheet slide, you're going the other way. Yeah. Okay, so you'll see that the improvement value, right? That's the value that we're talking about. So it was 38, it is currently 3,818. If you adjust it by the CCCI, there's an increase of 9.4%. So that gets us to the 41. So that's the cost of values of the improvements when they originally did the original Nexus study. And so it's been inflated since then by the CCI since the council adopted that resolution, 9.2.
Okay, so what you're saying is the cost of the land is $41,000 if I'm looking at the second section. And then the cost of the improvements, which is play structures, is $11,000 per person, per unit? It's per unit, right?
So if we're going to go through, so the appraisal value for that particular zip code is that first line, right? The acre. So then the standard is a 2.6 that gets you to the total cost, and then you divide that by the 1,000, that gets you to 14,000 on the per capita.
That's to buy land.
Correct.
And then because you have 2.8 people per unit in single family, that gets you to 41,000 to basically buy the land. But then the improvements, which is play structures and grass, I guess, would add 11,000 per unit. Is that how I read this?
And then there's
To come up
the
with
2%.
54,000 per, the 2%. And then that's how you get to the 54,600.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to understand that. Thank you.
Is that it, Councilmember Jane?
That's the only question, yep.
Okay, I have no other council member questions. Councilmember Park, you have a question? Okay.
So thank you very much for the report. And if I understand this, this is a required update. We have to come up with the Quimby MDMFA numbers, and then we have to come up with a resolution to adjust to those numbers. I think the only surprising thing for me is that the new census data lowers the average occupant density of the housing units, right? I mean, that's not something I would have expected, because what the feeling is that there are a lot more people living in the houses in our area. I mean, as the families combine, bless you, as we have more family members coming back to live in the housing, because housing market's tough and it's very expensive. So I don't know what we're doing here, other than we're looking at the numbers, getting a report, and making the adjustments. And I will make a motion if that's appropriate.
That is what we're doing here tonight.
Okay, so before we do that, Councilmember Park, let's go to unless we have any more questions for staff, let's go to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item?
Vice Mayor, we have no request to speak.
Okay, well, we'll come back to council. I apologize to Cynthia and Gina tonight. I should have taken this item first in different order. I forgot that I was chairing the meeting, and I could have done that, and I totally forgot. So that was my fault. So I apologize for that. Do I have a motion on the floor, Councilmember Park?
I have a motion for recommendation, adopt a resolution in accordance with Santa Clara City Code Chapter 1735, establishing the average per acre land values, occupant density figures, and park development costs to be used in setting up parkland in lieu fees for residential development. And I think we can do these together. Adopt a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2024-25 municipal fee schedule to modify the parkland dedicated in lieu fees accordingly.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion by Councilmember Park and a second by Councilmember Jane. Is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, I will call the question whenever you're ready.
Actually, I do have a question.
Oh.
Like, if we wanted to keep fees higher, I mean, is that possible, or is that just not possible with the way that this is set up?
The current methodology requires that you make these updates with the information that's been provided.
Understood. Thank you. No other questions.
Okay, everyone cast your votes. And that passes 6-0 for those who are present. I thank you, and I again apologize for making you guys stay so late. I should have taken you guys first. All right. Seeing that that was our last item on the agenda, which was item number 2, we have now reached our adjournment. And a reminder that there will be a regularly scheduled council meeting on Tuesday, November 12th here at City Hall. So do I have a motion to adjourn? We have a motion by Councilmember Jane. Second by Councilmember Chahal. And when you guys are ready, you cast your votes. Y'all cast your votes?
Yes.
I think she put it
I
right.
got ahead of myself and I logged off.
And that passes 6-0 for those who are present. Thank you, everybody, and have a great evening.
Thank you.